Testing, testing, mic 1, testing, mic 1. Testing, mic 1, testing, mic 1. Is that coming through?
Yes, yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good. Yeah. Hello, can you hear me? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That was mic 2 and it's now mic 1. Testing, testing. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the festival here in Bratislava. And it's exciting times because we've got the cash game race. We've got 9 players on the table. My name is JJ Hazan and I'll be supporting your viewing through the next 2 hours. And I'm very lucky. I am joined by a co-commentator today. Very unusual. I usually have to do this stuff on my own, and even I get bored of my own voice. And I'm joined by Martin. You introduce yourself, Martin.
Hello everyone, I'm so excited to be here. I'm Martin Kaneker, like a local when it comes to the festival, and I've played the stream a couple of times and always playing all the events, playing all the cash games, and yeah, super excited to be here.
Now, Martin is from Sweden, which means he speaks English better than I do. So that's that's part of the course. So it looks like we're on our first hand, and we've got Ted, number 9, as you can see, seat 9. So Ted is Tadeusz Vancouver from Czech Republic. He's part of the PokerTime.cz partner. Flop, nice coordinated flop there, 7-8-4. Not a razor's flop though. What do you think, Martin?
I mean, it's interesting. John is a quite aggressive player. He usually covers the table, and he's been having very good results recently. Also, like finishing second in the EPT, and yeah.
Yeah, I've played with Jon a long time. We play mixed games together, and clash both verbally and with cards. And I have massive respect. He's a spectacular player. But he's up against it here. Ted having nothing. He's got the nut flush draw, ace-2 of hearts, and Jon has absolutely nothing, and quite rightly gives it up. So not a spectacular first hand, but went to course 2 hearts on board, nut flush draw. What are you going to do?
Yeah, exactly. I think we're going to see a lot of pressure from John. Absolutely. I mean, probably one of the best players here at the table, and yeah, very friendly guy overall.
He's a lovely guy. He's certainly the best tournament player on the table. I think cash play he's more variable, let's say. I've seen him do a lot of bullets, and I've seen him dominate a table. In fact, he's played the Festival Cash Game Challenge quite a lot. He's one of the regular kind of players on it. And just going around the table, we've got seat 1, Federico Privatera from Italy. He's the thin one next to the fat English guy. In seat 1, and I think you looked up his record. What's he done recently, Federico?
Federico, I think you said because I was talking about seat 4, where like the guy with the festival. Seat 1, I'm not sure. He won some event. You told me. Yeah,
he actually came first and second in the recent ISOP, the Italian Poker Championships in Nova Gorica, where I've played as well. I play quite a lot with the Italians, so he's had a very good year so far. Seat 2 is a good friend of mine, Adam, from England, and he is a representative of ACR. He has a couple of his ACR players that stream online. One of them, Scott Kenyon. I had 50% of him last night in the Raz, and he came second, so I've just been paid on that. Right, and there's Dan Pilgrim on the left in the Tommy t-shirt. We've got a ace-jack suited against a pair of 3s. Nice even race. The ace-jack suited has just hit his jack, hit his overpair, and he has nut flush. So this should be going to Shimon. He said he likes to be called Simon, but it's spelt Shimon, and I respect culture. So Jon cannot like this board anymore. Pair of 3s with 3 overcards. But he's giving it a go. He's bet 25.
I think John is the kind of guy that doesn't really want to fold flops, and probably going to be a little bit stickier on the table. So yeah, I think we're going to see him have like the highest VPIP of all on the table.
Yeah, but what's good about Jon, and you've seen it twice now in 2 hands. You know, he will be aggressive. He will attack, but he also knows where he is. gets played back by, not by anyone. If I play back at him, he calls. But if some proper player plays back at him, and he feels the guy has got it, he's not bluffing, he will fold. I mean, he's a very good reader of the situation.
Yeah, for sure. He's very aware of where he's at in the hands and all of that. So
Yeah, no, and I've always liked that about his game. Very hard to bluff. I remember one mixed game tournament we played where the side bet was all about how many we could bluff off each other, which I quite enjoyed. It's more difficult in mixed games because some are much more technical. So we've got Daniel waking up with an ace-3 suited, raising to 40 euros. Is it? Was it 10
euros, yeah.
Looks like he took it down. Daniel is also an Englander. He's a DJ from the north of England, which means he's poor. A bit like the north of Sweden, where no one lives.
We have a couple of guys that live there, but yeah, outsiders.
So you were talking about Seat 4, and Seat 4 is our Spanish friend Gil Victor, and he actually won the Malta main event last a few months ago. Is that right?
He did.
And you played against him? You were on his table?
I was on his table in day one and I actually got busted by him. I flopped the table of sixes and he had ace queen on ace queen 6, but he rivered an ace and yeah, got a full house over me. So
marvelous, yeah, that river queen.
Yeah, otherwise I would have won, obviously.
Obviously, yeah. From day one to the final table. So maybe it was your chips that helped him win.
Most likely.
Lovely hand in cash, the 5-6 suited, one of my favourite hands. And there's a very good reason why hands like 4-6 suited, 5-6 suited, why they win so much in cash, and that is they're much easier to play. What do you think?
I mean, they're so disguised. That's the thing. Also, like when you're hitting a flop and you 3-bet with 6-5 suited, like probably people are just putting on like high cards like aces to put an ace, king, queens and all that. But when you're hitting your hand with 6-5, you're just gonna get paid a lot because people don't really put in those hands.
I remember in a tournament in London, I had 6-4 suited, 4-bet it. So it's not in the book. And a guy called me, I think we were heads up, he had ace jack, I hit by 4, knew where I was, knew he had 2 high cards, and knocked him out. And he was furious, and he called me a fish, and a few other choice English swear words. But, you know, it's something I've done for a long time, and nowadays everyone does it. But I remember, you know, I was playing those kind of hands 15 years ago, because I was conscious that if you hit, you win, and if you don't hit, you can still rep the high hand that you know, 3 or 4 bet with. Here we got a nice match-up, 2 big cards, King Queen offsuit against Shimon's pair of 7s. So we've got a raise and a call. 46 in the pot. Just folded, still coming round. Daniel folding ace-9. Is he here to play? Who folds ace-9 in a cash game?
I guess it's pretty hard when David is 3-betting to 80 also, like his hand's probably not good. But you need to spin up a stack also, that's what it's all about when it comes to the cash game challenge.
I mean, just to make sure everyone realises what this is, it's a 2-hour session, and the winner of the session is not the one with the most money, although they'll be happy with that. It's the person that has won the most big blinds, in other words, has won the most number of pots. Top pair, King Queen for David, he's hit. And David is from Czech Republic, one of the co-owners of pokertime.cz. I went on the site and it was all checked to me. It was all I had to check out. I was playing chess and I had a checkmate. I have a friend in Prague, he's a checkmate, but I couldn't understand the website. I can do lots of puns around the word check. Someone wrote me a check and it bounced. You're too young for check, you won't even know what I'm going on about. It's like electronic transfer of money, but on paper.
I used to work for a bank, so I actually know what it is.
Oh, we've got him. I've been caught. I've been done. SEB?
No, I used to work for Nordea.
Nordea, yes?
Yes.
There is a Nordea branch at my sister's house in Sundbyberg.
Wow, yeah.
Right underneath. Yeah.
Probably been there also.
You may, it's in the high street.
Yeah.
Let's bring small-time Swedish politics to the table. Jon's looking quite happy. Who have we got in the middle there? Just had a mate of mine send me a message, young James, one of the top players in the UK that couldn't hear me. So I have whacked the volume up. Any comments, please pass them on to us and we will do our best to improve the quality of the broadcast for you. Hopefully you can hear me a bit better now. Just going to check with my mate. So, Victor, our champion,
Where are you from?
taking it down in late position.
Italy, UK, Czech Republic, Spain, Norway, UK, Poland, Germany, and Czech Republic. Cool. Good mix.
Yeah. Nice.
Czechs are in the
Huh?
Czechs are in the
It's only two of you.
yeah. I
So
know.
it's unusual to have a nine-handed cash table of any kind. What do you think that will affect the dynamics, Martin?
I mean, when it comes down to cash game challenge, people want to play a lot of hands and they want to keep the VP high and they want to go for like the most big blinds. So I think most of the guys prefer being shorter-handed, like playing 7-handed, 8-handed. But you're probably going to see guys as like John probably going to play more hands. I don't think we've seen him play that many hands now. So, and I think that's one of the reasons also why we see that the no-limit players, they don't really win as much as the Omaha players, because the Omaha players can pretty much play any hand pretty much and just go for it. So I think that, yeah, that's one of the things.
David from Czech Republic raising with a small pair, but he's come up against Ted's ace-king offsuit. I'm pretty sure he'll be re-raising. And Daniel, young Dan from north of England, he's making a play now. Two players with ace-king. Daniel re-raising. First hand he's played, he should get some respect for the table. 3-bet to 45 euros.
130.
Wow, and now we've got a 4-bet from the other ace-king to 130. The threes definitely were going in the pile there. Now, how's young Dan going to play this?
I can't see anything else. I'm probably going to go for, yeah, for the all-in here.
I think both our heads are working together there, so the only way of playing this really is to push. He's out of position, got a good hand, he almost wants the call if he pushes, and there's 4 flush draws out there. Nope, 3 flush draws. I was once on a final table, and the difference between 4th and 5th, 30,000 euros. Both had ace-king offsuit and one guy hit a flush. It's a pretty horrible way of going.
It's a horrible way of going. I've been there myself, and yeah, it's not nice at all.
So we have the all-in from Dan, and we have the call. So both have displayed their hands. There's 2 diamonds, so possible flush draw for Ted, and it's all over.
Hey, king. Oh, you got there.
They both hit a king. Now, how does that work? If they both win, they get half a point each? I have no idea.
I'm not sure.
There we go, guys. Look at the cash game challenge. Now, the minimum buy-in was 200 euros, but as you can see, the average is about 1,000. So there's a couple. Jon is showing his big EPT stack by starting with 2,000. He's lost 100 already. And then you've got Daniel, young Daniel, who just chopped that pot. He would have started with 250, something like that. But if you look at the blinds, the smallest stack has 188 big blinds. So there's a heck of a lot of play to go.
Absolutely.
Who's your favourite here then?
I tried.
Just from what we've seen so far.
From what we've seen so far, I think we haven't really seen that much aggressiveness from any player, but I would say that, I mean, I hold John very, very highly here. I think that he's the guy that, like, he wants to cover the table, he wants to go for the win, he wants the painting for himself, and yeah, I mean, I believe in him. He will probably go for the big pots, and he won't be afraid.
Well, if I was a betting man, I probably wouldn't bet against you, but I quite like our Bratislava, our Malta champion Victor in seat 4. I've played against him like you for quite a while, and I really, what he's very good at is maximising value.
Yeah.
And I think that's a very applicable skill in a cash game challenge. I've really noticed he's not aggressive, but he, like Jon, he knows where he is on the table, but he's also very good at milking, at extracting value. So if he hits his hand, I expect him to make a lot from it. So although he may not win this particular cash game challenge as in more big blinds than anyone else, I think he will be one of the profitable players. He's my pick.
Most likely. I'll go for John, but yeah, seat 4 is a very good pick also.
Well, I think we have a side bet of a beer on that one.
We have for sure.
I think I'm winning at the moment. Jon's lost of every hand he's played so far.
You will see John will go crazy soon. I'm sure
Okay,
of that.
all right. He hasn't got long. We've only got an hour and 3/4. And we've got a raise here. This is a typical raise from Jon. King 6 offsuit, no hand to speak of. He doesn't care, he's in late position. He's in effect bought the button and won the pot. So yeah, that's a great example. He's won a big blind with no hand just from his positional bet.
Exactly.
One up for you there.
Yeah, we'll see, because he's also pretty good at Omaha, and we have an Omaha stream coming after this, which is going to be 5-5 PLO. So we'll see if he's going to play that, and I'm also going to play that together with my friend Thomas.
Yes, I saw on the list that you're doing the 5-5 PLO. I mean, I'll still be working and commenting on it, so obviously now we've become friends, I'll be slagging you off, because that's what us English people do.
Exactly.
Adam hasn't got into the game yet. David, he's had a couple of small pairs, he's now got 7s. I think he had 7s earlier, he's had 3s twice. So, a little bit out of position. So let's see if anyone plays back at him. Victor thinking about his Queen Jack. And 3-bet coming in, 35 euros. But Jon, here comes Jon. Here comes your boy. Ace King suited is a lovely hand to 4-bet in a cash game.
Absolutely, and I also like that it comes to 3-bet from Victor. I think this hand plays way better as a 3-bet than just calling here. Probably gonna get squeezed also, and you don't really know where yet. You want to play heads up with Queen Jack.
Well, put 7s under a lot of pressure as well. I mean, any pair under 10s, very hard to call a 4-bet. And Jon picks up another big blind. Look, I think I backed the wrong horse.
We'll see.
That was the right hand in the right position, to be fair. But nice pick up from Jon. Probably in profit now. He did lose the first 3 hands he played. And he's just picked up a couple of nice pots there. Small ones, but significant. And again, just to remind you guys, this is not about who wins the most money. It's about who wins the most hands, who wins the most big blinds. Now, I understand you've got our fearless leader, Franca, on your PLO cash game table, if he's finished in the horse event.
Wow.
Now, I've had private conversations about his strategy in a PLO cash game. Would you like to know? Obviously, only you can hear this, so it's completely private. No one else will hear. Basically, he pots every hand. There you go. I've given it away. I'm probably going to get sacked now, but there you go.
I know the secret. I played with him last year, and I was the same in Cash Game Challenge, and he did the same. He won the challenge by playing the last 4 hands and winning all of them.
Yep. He literally has no other word except the word pot.
Pot.
Sometimes pot.
What?
Sometimes pot. Yes. There's a lovely way of pronouncing the word pot. I've always liked it. So King 10 for Federico on the big blind. We've got Victor raising with the 4s, a 3-bet by Jon with the Queen Jack. Federico looks like he's not going anywhere. Looks quite determined on this one. He hasn't played a hand yet.
I think this is where it comes down to a lot of dynamics also. You see, John is probably going to go very aggressive with a lot of hands. He's going to 3-bet. But if Federico chooses to fold there, he could go for the 4-bet sometimes, but yeah, he's out of position also.
But Victor, he really doesn't play scared poker, Victor, I promise, as you will know from playing with him. And Jon has picked up his second pair there, Queen Jack, and the fours have missed. And now 2 pairs for Jon, he's going nowhere, pretty unbeatable. Be unlucky if Federico with his King 10 was still in, he'd have hit the nuts. So his 3-bet did work, and he picks up another big blind. Well done, Jon.
That's what he does. That's what he does.
No, I think when you picked Jon, and I couldn't pick him, to be honest, because you picked him already. I think in my head I was going, yeah, I think he'll win.
Yeah, that's usually what you say, like the biggest bankroll is the one who wins. And yeah, I mean, Jon has been doing very well in tournaments. He plays everything. He plays Hold'em, he plays Omaha, he plays mixed games. He's
Yeah,
a phenomenal player.
I've played a lot of PLO tournaments against him, and a few mixed ones. I don't play Hold'em as much these days. He's a really good all-round player, can play every game, knows where he is, comfortable.
Encouragement. Yeah. we just encourage it.
Victor is picking up 4s
Again?
back. Yeah.
How many 4s are there in the pack? Early raise. Let's see if he comes up against any resistance. Go around to the blinds. And we have our interestingly dressed Czech friend. Got a suited ace. Can't see him going anywhere.
Most likely not. Probably not going to 3-bet like in the big blind, but
Wow.
wow. Wow.
Now, I would say that's an inexperienced play. How about you, Martin? I'm going to be critical because we're trying to honestly reflect the game. What do you think about folding ace-6 suited?
You're closing the action with ace-6 suited, and I mean, there's nothing going to happen after. You're not going to get squeezed, and you're going to see a cheap flop where you already invested a big blind. So I would always call the play.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. The raise is not the best play there because if you get re-raised, you're in trouble. But you have to call there. It's a cash game, and you're looking to hit a magic flush. If you hit your ace, you can work out where you are by a bet or two. Strange play for a cash game festival. Maybe he doesn't know what the rules are.
Maybe not. I would also, I mean, play as many hands as I can because it's about winning the most big blinds.
I have a good friend in England, and we travelled to poker together called Jackarama. And Jackarama is French originally, but brought up in England. And he was famous for the first poker after dark, the televised poker 15, 20 years ago.
Yep.
And he looked like this Czech guy. He had weird glasses all the time, some kind of hat. So I think he's been watching Jackarama's film, Poker After Dark videos.
What was his name?
Jack, as in Jacques Chirac. Jacques Arama, A-R-A-M-A. Got a very good record if you look him up. Again, good mixed game player. And we play a lot together in England, mainly Omaha.
I watched all the episodes, but I can't really remember him actually.
I'll show you a picture. He's quite well known.
Possibly I remember him.
You imagine him with stupid glasses and a hat.
He almost looks a little bit like a whiffer.
Yeah,
A bit, yeah.
actually very similar.
Yeah.
So this is his record. We have a similar total earnings record, and you'll see a lot of his tournaments at Omaha, seniors, that kind of thing. He used to play, I mean, he actually learnt Chinese poker from Phil Ivey and Daniel Negreanu in his house in London.
Wow.
They were staying with him during a televised, they were all televised in England, in London, and they were staying with him, and they taught him Chinese poker.
Wow. The good old days.
Yeah, and they sat down and said, "Oh, should we play for one a point?" And Jack went, "Yeah, that sounds fair enough." So they play, and he wins by 7 points, and he's expecting $700, and they give him 7,000. So he found out for his first Chinese poker game he was playing for $1,000 a point. Quite a lot.
Fun game actually. They don't really play that much like open face Chinese nowadays, but yeah.
Oh, you know where they do have an open face Chinese tournament? You know where?
Tell me.
Right here in Bratislava.
They do.
There is a tournament here, and they usually have a lower buy-in and a higher buy-in, 1K buy-in, of open face Chinese. So I don't know when it is because I'm not good enough to put real money into a tournament, but I play it for fun.
It's a fun game.
Yeah, no, the festival is championing different types of poker-related tournaments. Fantastic for that. But here we are at the Cash Game Challenge. Jon picks up an ace-5. He's facing a raise by Ted, who hasn't, I don't think he's played many hands, with a pair of ducks, pair of 2s.
Looks like they're playing higher also because they raised to 45 euros. Playing 2-2, so I'm not sure if he chose the wrong ships, but yeah, takes it down.
Well, that can often happen, especially when the colours are a bit too similar. So, Jon beaten in the hand.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, this happened to me yesterday. I was playing the Cash Game Challenge, and I actually won that challenge for the day, playing Omaha.
How many blinds?
And let's see, I bought in for 600, and I cashed out for 2,100-ish. And we played 2-2, so that's, I mean, my math is so bad, but it's a little bit over 7.
It doesn't matter how much money you made, it's how many hands you won, how many blinds you picked up.
Over 700 bigs, I think it was big blinds.
Really?
Yeah.
Ah, of course, you can do it from the amount. Oh, okay, 700's good.
Yeah.
That's oh, you're in good shape. I think I'd argue that it's probably easier to win this playing the Omaha than it is the Hold'em, but that's just an observation. Now we've got a pair of aces in seat 1, Federico. He needs to get some opposition with a hand. And young Daniel's come in with a Queen Jack. Not a good flop for Queen Jack. Ace is holding. I think this will go bet fold. Can't see much more happening here. Ah, Federico's playing it cute. He's hoping Daniel catches up, and he has caught up. He's hit his queen on the turn. This could be very bad for young Daniel.
Yeah, the standard play will be to continuation bet the aces on the flop, because you have such a wide, not super wide range, but you usually do it when you have ace, king, ace, queen, all of that. But yeah,
He's also checked to raise, I think, or at least call. He's not checked. He's hoping to induce the bet. What he doesn't realise is he's miles behind. This could be an expensive hand. Only 14 euros though. Small bet. Third of the pot. I'm pretty sure Daniel checked to raise.
he did.
He thinks he's ahead, and the way Federico's played it, very cute. The way he's played it, Daniel has every right to think he's ahead. He is not going to like this viewing when he views back on it unless he gets very lucky on the river. Only a queen can give him the pot. I assume Federico's got lots of ways of playing this, because I like this. I like the call. Really like the call, because he's just not giving away the strength of his hand.
Same here. He can raise the river also, underrepresenting his hand, and obviously I like that Daniel check raises his queen also.
It's a fair play with what happened. Federico really underplaying, under-repping his hand. Daniel's betting for value here. He thinks he's ahead, and I totally get that. And he's about to get raised and find out.
Yeah.
Don't know what he does though.
I think this is perfect play to just pretty much go all in, I would say. Or racing small.
Well, Daniel only has 270 behind, so pretty well. Once this raise comes in from Federico, he's kind of pot to call, basically. Pot equivalent to call if there's a big raise, and I'm sure there will be. I think Federico just working out how much to raise. What would you think here?
I think I could go all in there. Just
I
being
think he has
polarized.
gone all in.
Yeah.
You were right. Good read. And Daniel now really not happy. Wow, great fold.
Yeah.
Great fold. Shows the queen. He knows he's behind. He realizes Federico's been milking him all along. Very nice pot for our young Italian friend.
Absolutely. But I think it's fair. I think he probably thinks that his queen is good on the river also when he's getting called with the check raise, and when Federico checked the flop also. So, I mean, you got to bet the river, and then, yeah, it's interesting play when he's
I think
going all
both
in.
players played that hand pretty well, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so also. It's always easy when you know the cards, but yeah, I think they both play well.
Yeah, I'm really good at playing poker when I know everyone's cards. I'm fantastic. Probably the best player in the world.
I think they kind of hope that this part of my life is
What I find interesting, so
10 years ago.
do a fair amount of commentating. I work for Banco Casino, where we are now, for about 3 years, and I do all their final tables. And what I find is I always learn something from actually seeing how other players play. Not always play well, but from the way hands are played, there's always something to learn. So I find it a very
7.5.
interesting kind of learning experience, as well as hopefully helping other people learn the game a bit and entertain. I mean, the festival is very much 54 different tournaments, cash game challenges, blackjack tournaments, all sorts of weird and wonderful things. But it's aimed at, I would term, not really the poker tourist, it's slightly one level up, but it's aimed at people who love poker, who are not necessarily professional, but maybe semi-professional might be a description, who play a lot of poker, who are either on the upward curve of learning the game and wanting to expand, who love mixed games. We get a lot of people from all countries come because the festival offers so many mixed games. And then you've got the beauty of this kind of cash game challenge. Young David coming in with another small pair, 3-bet to 45. But Victor, my man Victor, the champion of the Malta Festival main event, has picked up the American Airlines, the aces. And he's not slow playing them. Putting quite a lot of pressure now. Federico has to get rid of his suited king. Now David has shown a fair amount of inexperience so far. Let's see what he does with his twos. Yeah, I don't think anyone can do anything else there.
Most likely not. He's calling too much to hit his set, and going verse. Pretty strong range, I think it's just fine. But I like the 3-bet with the small pair also. Gonna be disguised when you hit your set, and yeah, I think it's good.
What do you think the difference with having aces in this kind of format, a cash game and 9 players on the table, with aces in a tournament? Are there differences?
There are differences, obviously, because tournaments and cash games are so much different. Usually in tournaments, I mean, everyone has different stacks. Someone's playing like 10 big blinds, someone's playing 100 big blinds and all that. So it always comes down to what situation you are in. And yeah, I mean, last time I was on the final table, I had aces and I got knocked out by kings in the ship leader pot. So anything can happen with aces, but you can always buy in again when you're playing cash game.
Another hand for David. He's getting a lot of hands. He's not winning many of them, but he's getting a lot of hands. Ace king offsuit, making a small raise to 10. So the blinds are only 2-2 with a 2 ante. And yet again, I think he's been re-raised. Victor, this time with the worst hand, King Jack has 3-bet. What should David do here?
They're both playing a 1k stack. I think that, I mean, he probably knows that Victor is going to be a little bit aggressive also, 3-betting a lot. So I think he's going for the 4-bet here, going for a little bit more, 125, something like that. He's out of position.
Yeah, and I think out of position, to me, always means you need to just have that slightly bigger bet, because you're ceding an advantage to your opposition.
Absolutely.
So you were right, 120. Now Victor having to reassess. He knows he's being raised by an inexperienced player. You always have to factor that in any poker. But he's not afraid. Maybe he should be against. I mean, I always fear an inexperienced player when they re-raise, because it's very hard to put them on a creative hand. You're going to put them on a better hand than yours. However, Victor, Luckbox, Spanish boy, has hit top pair. And poor old David. Do we have a prize for winning the least big blinds?
I'm not sure.
Because at the moment, he's winning that prize. Oh, he's in trouble. 75 into 250. So about a third of the pot. David playing it, Victor playing it cute, just calling. Now a flush draw for David. So Victor needs to be careful here. He needs to protect his jack with that board. There's connecting cards, there's 3 clubs. David's very unlikely to have a low hand. He could have a pair of 3s, for instance, or a pair of 6s, so he could have hit the pot. He won't have hit the flop with any kind of running hand. But Victor needs to now, in my view, he needs to protect his hand now. Let's see what he does. Strong bet, 210.
Yeah, I like it. Sizing up for River Jam here also with the king of clubs.
What's he going to do if and when? And I say if and when, we'll see what he does, but I think Victor's going to put maximum pressure on. He's a very good player.
He is, but this is also a very tricky spot because he has king, jack, he doesn't have a club. And yeah.
So he's a small ball, playing it cute, and I think he's going to feel confident now. I think he'll call most bets. The only way David can win this is by having very big cojones, which is Spanish for bravery. Only a pretty big bet's gonna win this.
I would like to see that he goes for the all-in. I think that Victor's never gonna have like not a lot of 2 pairs. He's gonna have some sets like jacks, 7, 6s.
He's checked.
Yeah.
The only way of winning this is to rep the set, basically, in my book. And that's the difference between a cash game and a tournament to some extent. You don't really want to go all in and risk your tournament life when you've missed. It's much harder to do. And in a cash game, I think it's easier because you can reload. You're giving, great chance of picking up a really big pot. But again, I would say inexperience showing there from our Czech friend in seat 3.
Yeah, I think he had a pretty good hand just to go for the tripper barrel. I think also that Victor is probably not going to have a lot of sets. He's probably going to have the jacks, 7s and 6s. But I think that
I think the board was perfect for a big bet there.
I think so
3
also.
clubs, you've got 3 or 4 low cards that could have hit a set. You should be repping, especially when you've raised pre-flop and you've continued to bet. If you're going to 2-barrel it, you need to 3-barrel, like you say.
I agree. And I think that he could even jam aces and kings in those spots also.
David's he's back in again. Look, he's keen, isn't he? He's keen. Ace-9 offsuit, and he's raising an early position. Someone wants a count. Jon has 3-bet with the better hand, Ace-10. And Daniel, he's gone all in. I don't know, he had about 280. I think this will take it down. I can't see any call here.
Most likely not.
Poor old David, he's going to, must be feeling very beaten up at the moment. And Jon will not be calling young Daniel, I promise you.
I don't know about that. It's also a cash game challenge. He's going for the most blinds.
That's a very, very fair point.
Ace-10, I mean, maybe he thinks that Daniel's jamming like 7s, 8s, 9s. Or maybe
Daniel's checking his hand. They know each other quite well, these two as well. They've played together in these cash game challenges over the last few years.
I think Jon will call here. I think that, he has Ace-10 and he just wants to go for the win here in the cash game challenge. So we'll see.
Well, I get your logic. I don't think he will call. He wants to call, but I don't think he will. That's 1 up to the JJ there.
Yeah.
Now, Jon knows Daniel's not doing that. He knows Daniel's not doing that without a better hand than Ace-10.
Yeah.
He knows it, and he can't. His poker instincts Have to kick in there.
I mean, the best situation is that it's a flip, obviously. It really depends. If it was Omaha, I mean, it had a similar hand, I would probably just go for it. The equity would be closer and all that, but yeah.
Yeah, but when it's like 250, my hand is too good for. But not when it's 125.
Nice pick up there from Daniel as well, because there was the pot was inflated, and we got the aces again, Martin. Look at this, third time. This time, my old friend Adam.
Seeing a lot of aces, and here is his 10x also from early position.
Yeah, it's really, it is unusual, to be honest. I think it's 1 in 248 of getting an ace or something. We've had 3 already in half an hour. And looks like no one has got anything to... This is like a bad beat. When you raise with aces in early position and no one comes with you, this is a bad beat. Is Adam going to show it? No. He's going to feel like that's not right.
Yeah.
Coming up on our screen, some of the banners here at the Banco Casino. It's not just about poker. There's actually 100,000 bonus prizes during the month on jackpots, on the fruit machines. There's also normal casino tables here. Some fabulous prizes. If you play 6 hours cash here at Banco, did you know, Martin, that they give you a free room here at the Crown Plaza?
They do?
6 hours cash in a 24-hour period, you get a free night. That's worth 125 euros. It's like a fantastic rake. It's like a rake back.
That's very good.
Doesn't count for these boys though. Only in the main cash tables. Here we've got a nice hand brewing. Queen Jack suited and 2 pairs. Has anyone 3-bet this yet? No. Interesting. All about the flop, this one. And David has finally hit a hand where he is winning. He may not know he's winning, but he's hit second pair against 2 under pairs. And he's checking. Yeah, I don't think either of these two are going to get sucked in unless they hit their set. David, should we be betting here?
I think he should. I think that he's probably not going to face a lot of barrels from the other players, and I think that he can just go. He doesn't have to bet really big, and probably going to get called by some lower pairs, and maybe some queen 10s, queen 9s, and all those hands they called.
There's a king. There's a king.
Yeah, I don't think 2 overcards there. It's not great EV play for Daniel to call with 9s.
I wasn't 1 away. I was 5 away. Clearly, yeah.
You played for so long, JJ. Like, what's your favorite game when it comes to poker?
Super stud.
Super stud.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
Well, super stud is stud high-low in rules. So 7 cards dealt. It's part of the mixed games, kind of cash games that I play around the place. But you get dealt 5 cards. You keep 2 down, you show 1, you choose which one you show, and you discard 2. And then it's normal stud high-low. A great game. And also I love Courchevel, which is PLO, except everyone sees the first card. So instead of seeing 3 on the flop, before that, the first card is up and the other 2 flop cards are down. So everyone sees the 6 of hearts, and it's high-low.
Wow.
PLO high-low. Yeah. So I like games that are, if you like, visual or more creative, and that change with every card that comes down, because my brain kind of works in quite a visual way. So I'm immediately understand where I am in relation to either the board or my own cards and someone else's cards in a stud game. So, I mean, I was playing 7-card stud
What bullet are you on?
45 years ago, and 5-card draw. So I love Svitten, which is split game with 5-card draw and 5-card PLO. Great game.
Great game.
I promoted a PLO weekend here in July, and I won the Svitten within that, and also one in Milan, won a Svitten tournament in Milan. I will be playing them one later in the week. That's a really good tournament. All the Italians that are here, they love Svitten.
It's fantastic.
And obviously you Scandi boys, in fact at the poker club in Krukan in Stockholm, on a Tuesday they have a regular Svitten
Yeah.
tournament. Yeah.
But it was invented in Sweden.
Yes, in Stockholm.
Yes, it
More
was.
precisely, yeah. I used to play in Sundbyberg, Cash, at a Lebanese underground club, and I think I was the only Jewish guy in the room. But I'm very egalitarian. I get on with most cultures and most people. I have no personal politics in those terms. Shimon has my namesake, pair of jacks against a suited ace, gut shot draw for Victor. 76 in the pot. Over pair for Shimon, who's betting it. I don't think Victor's going to go away for one bet.
Most likely not.
He wants to see a spade on the turn. That would be the ideal, or obviously a 4. But there's no value in him raising here.
So only the check.
It's not as a gut shot, backdoor spades, an ace. Sometimes it's likely good also. So yeah.
Wow, only hit his pair. I thought he'd. The problem both players have got is there's 3 hearts on board, which is good for Shimon's jack of hearts. Unfortunately for Victor, it may keep him in by hitting that pair. Still got the gut shot, still got the ace, but not the ace of hearts. Now he's taken over the betting.
Yeah, I think this is also like when the flash comes in on the turn, we're gonna see the Simon is gonna continue a bet a lot. Also, like when the flash comes in, it's a good time to do the donk bet, as we call it, when you're taking over the betting lead.
The stairs are made out of cabinet and staggered all the way up. Really?
Because it puts Simon in like a very hard spot with his non-hearts hands. But now he has a heart with the jacks, so I mean,
He's got the overpair with jack of hearts, so he's not going anywhere.
yeah, I don't think he's ever racing also in this spot. He just wants to. Wow.
And the right colour ace came down for Victor. He can't put Shimon on a 4, so he's got to feel his ace 2 is winning. And like you say, the donk bet on the turn. Basically, I think of these things. If you bet on the turn, you're buying your next card. So it's like you're paying for your ace.
Yeah, that's what it is.
No logic to that at all, but that's how I like thinking. It's like bribery. Works in every country. Obviously not here in Slovakia. 150. Nicely sized bet this. This is a bet that wants to get paid.
Yeah, you're putting like a 10 in a very tough spot. Some over pairs are gonna be like in a tough spot also, without a heart. And now with the ace comes also, it's a pretty tough spot for Simon here, or Simon.
It's completed a lot of draws. I mean, it's completed straight draws. The flush is already there. An ace, any ace is winning. Plus he bet on the turn. So what's he bet on the turn with? Shimon has to work all that through. And this is a very, like you say, a really tough spot. To me, it's 50-50 whether he calls or not, because I don't think there's any right or wrong way of playing this hand.
Probably not. I think it's pretty much indifferent to calling or folding. I think that this could be a spot where you could just, like, as we say in the online, where we randomize, we do it 50-50 and see what happens. You can flip a coin.
Yeah, to me, it's a coin flip. And the coin has flipped wrong in Shimon's case. So my boys won another blind. I hope you're counting.
He did, but I think this also shows why Victor is an experienced player. He is, because you usually don't see, like, a lot of inexperienced players, they usually just tend to check all the turns and just let the aggressor keep on betting. But here he's taking over the betting lead on the turn by choosing to donk, and then hits the perfect card on the river and goes for the value and gets called off.
And that's the difference between him and his neighbour David, with all due respect, from Czech, who literally did the opposite of that and ended up losing the pot. So yeah, very nice show of experience, and a lot of respect for Victor. So having played with him and watched him in Malta. A lot of respect for his play.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, you've been in the game for so long. The aggressiveness when it came into poker, before it was like people playing pretty passive, they were just re-raising with aces, kings and queens. But when people are just finding these creative plays with some hands, it's very hard to play against.
When I had a website called luckyjj.com, and I was promoting myself and whatever years ago, 2008, and I made a little film, and I had some people comment, and one of the guys commenting called me uber aggressive. And at the time, I was known for that. Of course, nowadays, everyone is uber aggressive, so it's quite, you know, the kids have caught up, which is fine. I'm happy with that. But in my day, I think I was definitely one of the more aggressive players. Although I once played an Omaha tournament in Sweden at Cosmopol in Stockholm. It was 200. It was 2,000 krona, 200 euros rebuy, and I was on the table with some Norwegian friends, Henning Grandstad, a couple of good Norwegian players. And every second hand was like all in, because it was just, you know, raise, re-raise, all in. And I complained that it's ridiculous, you can't play. And Henning, with a very straight face, says to me, JJ, you're lucky. On the other table, it's every hand. I was a bit shocked by all these aggressive Swedes.
Yeah, I guess you're talking about Matthias Henning, the floorman.
No, Henning Grandstad, the
okay.
Norwegian player.
Oh, okay, all right.
And Jan Slavik, he was playing as well. A couple of Norwegians came down, because in those days there was no poker in Norway.
Yeah.
Here we've got a pair of fours against King Jack. So Adam was the aggressor initially, and he's continuing it, putting pressure on Daniel. Shows the bluff. I think they know each other. Not particularly well, but I'm pretty sure they know each other.
Yeah. I mean, the ace on the turn is always pretty much, if you raise pre-flop, it's a good card to keep on representing.
Now that's interesting. I'm pretty sure Jon started with 2,000, so he's down money-wise, but he's leading the big blinds. And then young Daniel. No, sorry, that's how many big blinds he has. We don't at the moment know who's winning the actual challenge.
We don't know, but I think Victor is probably in the lead.
Yeah, I think
your guy.
my guy. Yeah. So we have a big bet on that one.
People want to try? Yeah? You want to try?
I think Jon is proposing some kind of prop bet here. I can't quite hear what it is.
Yeah, we can play that as well.
He likes prop bets. Last time we played the stand-up game and we played straddles. We played 5-5, but it was 5, 10, 20, 40 and all of that. So yeah, he likes making the game a little bit more exciting.
He's an action junkie.
You guys want to try? Just a betting game.
Well, if you win with 7 deuce,
Part of being a table captain is not just winning pots and being the aggressor. It's also managing the prop bets. That's a big part of being a table captain.
For sure. I think it also comes down to being like keeping the table pretty much social, especially when it's like a stream table. You want to keep the table like entertaining. You want to keep the players happy and all that. So.
Wow, Sebastian folding ace-4 suited in a cash game. We've seen ace-6 suited folded and ace-4 suited, arguably a better hand. Here's a nice cash hand, 9-10 suited. But he's up against David with ace-queen. Now, Adam is, I don't know much about his cash play, but he's had some very good tournament results. I know because I backed him on one and he did very well. So, from personal experience, I know that. So I've not really seen him play cash, so I can't comment on that. But this will be interesting. So David's 3-bet to 35. Fairly standard 3-bet, nothing to worry Adam, I don't think.
Everyone agrees?
Yeah,
You have to win.
Part them.
Yeah, and Adam has a perfect hand to use to call here. I rarely see a 4-bet.
Note plate.
I mean, if you would see a 4-bet, you would probably be much deeper, so yeah. Let's see a flop.
And suited and offsuit. Okay.
And it's a
So neither player has hit the flop. This may well come down to either the initial aggressor, David, if he does a good enough bet. I think he needs to be betting about 40 here.
Yeah, Adam has some backdoors with Jack of Clubs coming, so if it's small enough, he probably will
He only
call.
bet 25, but it was enough to take it down.
Yeah.
And Adam's out of position, didn't hit, has to let it go. Went to form that one.
And I think it's fine also, we're not playing that deep nowadays. Sometimes we see that players are playing, like at some games they're playing 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 big blinds deep also, and there you have much more room to make these light races with some hands and all that and put more pressure. But yeah, now we're playing like around 400, 500 big blinds, so yeah, I think it's fine pitch with that hand.
I think Jon had 980 big blinds or something. So yeah, quite a lot.
Which used to be very deep nowadays, but yeah, there are some games that play much deeper.
Wow. So the PLO that's coming on after this, that will be streamed at 11 p.m. local time, which you're playing, and that's actually going to be a 5-5 game. So we'll see much juicier pots, both from the virtue of it being Omaha and also the bigger blinds. It was 2-2 last night, I think.
It was?
However,
Quite often during the festival, the cash game blinds sort of go up and up and up as players want juicier games. Ace-6 suited. Neither player has hit. Both got a kind of backdoor gut shot. Sebastian's ace winning at the moment, but Jon the more experienced player. And he has bet this. Sebastian's not going anywhere.
I like this race. He has the nut flush backdoor draw with the a6 of diamonds, with the 3 diamonds on the board, and 8-5, he can pick up a 7, he can pick up a 4. Some cards to pick up those hands where he can barrel the turn also. And he knows that Jon is going to continuation bet a lot also on this board, so yeah.
Yeah, I think
aggression.
good thinking there. That was very logical train there. Also, he hasn't won a pot, which is it's important for your psyche, for your self-confidence, to at some point go, right, I'm gonna play this to win it.
Yeah.
So yeah, well played, Sebastian. So had a look at his Hendon Mob record earlier today. He's had one big win back in 2015. We had a little joke about that before we started, because even he can't remember it. Pair of 5s for David. He's had a lot of small pairs. Will he finally hit a set with one?
I'm down lifetime to you in flip.
Pretty fun also that you see that the racing sizes are going up now, like towards the end of the challenge also.
I mean, this is 7.5 big blinds. It's quite a lot. It's quite a big race.
I had a 40k bluff with 7 into second up.
Federico, who slow played the aces earlier, has he picked up a hand? Well, it's one of the more playable hands in cash, I would argue. King 9 suited. I've always liked it. I know one particular player in England that could not ever fold King 9 on any game. He's a weird guy, but so 5s has missed, and Federico again is playing cute, slow playing top pair. 9s over 7s with a good kicker. David checking behind. I think we'll see a bet now. Especially with 3 diamonds on board. Only David has the flush draw, albeit a small one. But Federico has checked. I think that diamond has put the brakes on a bit.
Yeah. I think he knows that this card that David is probably going to barrel a lot also. Picking up with ace of diamonds, king of diamonds, queen of diamonds.
Well, Federico's style, as much as we've seen for the last 45 minutes, has been very much check calling, slow playing, and then looking to hit the river.
I didn't think he would call. He tanked for like a minute.
Quite impressed with
Holding ace king.
Federico. I think
This king is fine to get.
he seems to know exactly where he is in a hand, and is using his style effectively.
Probably gonna see David check here. I don't know. Yeah, going for the showdown value.
Or in this case, the lack of showdown value, as there was no value
Yeah.
for his underpair.
But sometimes he knows that Federico is gonna call with a diamond on the turn, all of that, and yeah, he's just making a protection bet on the turn.
Yeah, he's not run very well, our Czech friend, unfortunately for him. He's had too many kind of playable hands. He's had a lot of pairs, a lot of small pairs, ace king. So he's definitely been in the mix, but he's come out the wrong end 8-9 times out of 10, I'm afraid.
I made the PLO 6 card.
Here's a nice. No, doesn't like the small aces. Should he be raising in a cash game with an ace-4, ace-5, ace-6 in early position?
I wouldn't say so. It depends. Like if you're the table captain and you just wanna like keep on putting on the pressure and like playing a lot of hands, you know the table is pretty passive. Then you can do it, obviously. But otherwise, from early position,
Yeah, I
probably
agree.
not.
Very situation dependent. Ted getting rid of his mighty 2-3 offsuit. So Jon has raised with Jack 10 offsuit. Federico
Is it 1A? Frank, yeah?
has a king.
First fight.
€8 to call.
Second flight.
It's very cheap. I mean, I would never fold here because I want to play a lot of hands and I want to win the cash game challenge. But yeah, it's calling.
Wow. That's up and down for Federico and 2 pairs for Jon. This could get interesting, this hand.
Good.
25, I think that is. Pot size bet from Jon. 20. Two diamonds on board as well, so not expecting any kind of raise from Federico, not the way he's played so
But you
far.
love it a little bit.
He's looking to hit his magic
Oh,
straight, which has popped in on the turn, and there he is checking away. I like this guy. There's so many styles, but Jon, very cute check back. Doesn't like that 9 either. Let's see if Federico can get paid here. I think he has to bet to get paid. 3 diamonds though, dangerous board.
Maybe it's a beer break with a smoke.
Wow.
it is. And I think it's just unfortunate that Jon has the Jack 10 here because when he has some kind of ace hand and all that, he might just fire away. But yeah,
Yeah, Jon had the value to call. I think a bet there of about 20-30 would have been called, but that's not Federico's style from what we've seen so far.
yeah. Yeah, we'll see. It's very different compared to the Omaha game because then you see pots all the time because people are getting better odds to call because you have 4 cards in that game, so you're gonna see way more pots. But yeah, here's a little bit more passive, but that's how Hold'em is, and that's one of the reasons why I prefer PLO. And I think that's also one of the things why the cash game challenge, like the winners usually come from PLO.
Yeah, it's not a coincidence. Far more hands are played, and everyone has, more invested in most flops. It's just the nature of the game. I am a big fan of 4-5-6 Omaha, which has become the main Omaha game in the UK. So most of the tours, the Grosvenor one, the Aspers Run ones, British Poker Series, which is the new kid on the block. They all have 4-5-6 or 4-5 in one case. So there's very few pure four-card Omaha tournaments now in the UK, and I love that. I love the mix of a round of 4, round of 5, round of 6.
Absolutely.
So Shimon has raised with an ace-queen. And the ace-3 from Federico. He's making a move here. Adam going nowhere with king-queen suited. Now, what is Shimon going to do? This is an excellent spot to put maximum pressure on.
Yeah, I was trying to remember the hold'em ranges, but I like this 4-bet also from Adam with king queen suited. I like it way more than just flatting.
Needles his own friend.
I think he's gonna. I think he's gonna get it. He's asked a question. He's gonna get an answer. He won't be so happy with. If Shimon plays this hand as he should, whatever that means, I think we should see a big bet here. But he might fear. He might think Adam's got ace-king the way he's played it. You're right. I mean, it's a great 4-bet. It really starts to put pressure on the ace-queen.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a hard spot.
And as most of us know in poker, the hand that loses the most money in both tournament and cash poker is ace-queen. And the reason is it's such a good hand on paper, but you get wedded to it. You get kind of, you believe in it too much. And the amount of times it loses to ace-king or a pair for big pots. Oh, he's very happy. I think he's won his first hand. Well done, Adam.
Well done. I think the reason also, like, I'm not sure if everyone knows each other at the table. They know everyone's style, so maybe they don't know that one guy can be 4-betting light and all that, and maybe you could go all in with the ace-queen, but if you don't know the guy, maybe you think he's tight and all that. I think ace-queen is not a pretty good hand to go for the 5-bet with.
I agree with you totally, and so far, without knowing the players, the one thing you would put on seat 2 on Adam is that he's been playing pretty tight. So for him to make a 4-bet, you have to give him more credit, which is like you say, that makes his king-queen suited not normally a hand you want to get too involved with. It makes his play very good.
Yep.
So, we've got a pair of dames.
For a boy.
I don't think Victor's ever had 2 women in his life, but there you go. I might get sued for that one, but I don't care. All right. Let me at the same time. There you go. How about you, Martin? Have you ever had 2 queens at the same time?
I play Omaha, so I have it all the time.
Boring.
That's actually the hand of the week, I would say. Queens is the hand that I've made most money with.
Really?
Yes, it is.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I think mine's 5-6 suited. Both in cash and tournaments. But I do like queens. I always prefer queens to kings. There's again no logic to it, but the amount of big pots and tournaments I've lost with kings is just ridiculous. So
Hard to fold them.
It's really hard to fold them. Only once. Very few times against aces, against ridiculous hands. And just like, but queens I don't tend to lose much with.
You can slow play them a little bit and all that also, so it's fine. But kings is very hard to fold on the flop.
Now here's a great example of my comment about the ace-queen earlier. 2 players have got ace-queen. One's 3-bet, one is 4-bet. And now Victor is sitting pretty with his queens. David, a bit of an experience there, I'd say. Again, 4-betting with the ace-queen. Or looking to get a kind of response with it. So it could be a good bet in terms of if he's able to fold.
Yeah, I actually like it. I think it's way better than just flatting with that hand or having to fold. I think 4-bet is the way, and he's using small size also. So Victor is probably thinking now, what does these guys have? Because he's probably in the same situation as us. We don't really know all of the players and their playing styles. So is he gonna go for small 5-bet here? Does he want to go for the jam, or what does he actually think? Is he gonna go for the call? We don't really know.
I think Victor is gonna re-raise here.
He should.
And I would say about 300, 275. I was going to say 250 to 300, so he's right down the middle of what I think is the right amount. But then, what do I know?
You don't really have to go that big also because when you're getting up to the 4-bet, 5-bet, 6-bet, the ranges are so polarized. It's
also 3 players still in the pot when he makes that play.
Yeah.
So that's a lovely pickup there, and the right play with the right hand. My man is showing the experience, and because I backed him with this big bet of ours, I think I've got. There's only one winner.
Most likely.
We'll take the fight.
Yeah, we're getting down. I'm not sure how long they're playing for.
We've done just over an hour.
Yep. Yep.
So we've got about 55 minutes to go. So these sessions, guys, are limited to 2 hours. Each session is 2 hours. You can play more than one session. So yesterday, I think young Daniel in seat 6, he's playing the Omaha after this, and he flew over on Monday, literally to play the this cash game challenge.
Yeah.
So he's not really going to play any tournaments. He was going to room with me, but then found an apartment for 25 euros a night.
Oh, wow.
I only wanted 20.
Very friendly guy. I played with him yesterday on the cash game challenge
is.
also. Yeah, yeah.
A couple of years ago, me and Daniel, we went shooting at a shooting range here in Bratislava. It was great fun. And I mean, real big guns with proper bullets and recoils, and you know, it was fantastic. It wasn't expensive, really, for what it was.
Was it in the basement
Yeah.
where you went? I've
In
been
the
at the same
basement.
place last year.
Now, I've still got all my... I whooped him, but I have shot when I was a cadet, and I was pretty good with a rifle. So I was good with all the rifles, but the handguns, I just couldn't control them. Really hard. I'd be no good at handgun shit. Here we've got a lovely pot for Adam. He's the tick is next to his name. He's got the straight with the 6. He's looking to get paid by Jon, who has 3rd pair. Jon has bet. I think Adam will be raising. And Jon, I don't know if you saw that, Martin, but Jon passed before the chips were even over the line.
Wow.
That's a great example of Jon knowing where he is
Yeah,
in a hand. I love that.
I mean, you
He bet and literally folded before Adam's 75 went over the line.
Yeah. It was a good flop.
I would like to see John. I would like to see John having more, like a couple of hands, give some big aces, get some big pairs, because that's when you really get to see his capacity of playing.
Whatever the fucking nerds say nowadays.
Yeah, because you only open like king jack plus. Don't have any of them.
Ace 4 offsuit for Ted, folding it. But here's Federico with the 6-7 suited. One of the cash hands I do like playing. 2 ways of winning: represent a big hand or hit the magic straight or flush. Jon wants to play, and he's 3-betting with the Ace 7 suited, putting pressure back on Federico. How's the young Italian going to play this? He wants to. Picking up chips. Makes the call. So suited ace against 7-6 suited. Oh, what a magic flop for Federico. He's hit top set. 6-6-2. 7-6 suited against ace 7 suited. And what a magic flop for Federico. He is running well.
Yeah, let's see. John has the A7 with the backdoor spades.
Yep.
He continues to bet. So let's see. Federico, I think he's probably just going to call here.
The way he's played so far, I've put my, not quite my house, but I've put any money you want on a call. He does not want to scare his opposition here. And he knows Jon will pretty well lead out most hands. But I think I'm wrong. It looks like he's raising. Ah, okay, okay. I think it's a min raise.
It was a big race, actually.
Oh, wow, you're right. Yeah. 175. Now, this plays two ways. This is lovely. He's repping the 6, but he has the 6. So he's almost kind of looking to bluff, but Jon saves his skin again.
Yeah. I think probably a little bit, because you're also a little bit polarized, because when it is 6-6 deuce on the flop, when you're racing and you're going for that big sizing, it's you're only representing a 6, and the thing is that you're not giving that much rope to John to, if he wants to maybe 3-bet the flop and go for the bluff, and yeah.
I was surprised he did that. From how he's played so far, I mean, that's the ideal hand to be milking with. He's literally pretty impregnable on that flop, and it's a strange raise. I know why he did it. I understand the psychology of it, but I was surprised, especially against Jon, who will continue to bet because that's his way. So I think Federico slightly misstep there. From
Double up in Holland, huh?
even though he did win the blinds, though I suppose that's something. But
I think it's a good like recommendation for some players when you're facing a guy that is very aggressive and continuation betting a lot. You don't really have to raise.
You don't.
You don't really have to raise, but if you do raise, you don't really have to raise that much also, because he's just going to have a lot of auto folds. When he has these hands like Ace Jack and Ace 10, he's probably just going to fold to pretty much any sizing when you're raising.
And I'll talk to him afterwards, because I'd really like to find out what his thinking was there, because I'm assuming it was a kind of to appear as a bluffy, big raise to try and take Jon off it, but I'm still surprised by that. Good hands on, I forgot. Let's hope there's some good ones coming up. Three hearts on board, jacks. The 8s is playing, but Daniel is repping here. Bet 65 and a snap call by Victor. Victor's not folding 2 pairs there, I promise you.
Yeah, Daniel has the nut low. He has to bluff to win the hand.
Yeah, well done, Daniel. Not low.
Too bad, yeah.
But yeah, it's quite interesting to see how the game has evolved with Hold'em over the last, I would say 20 years, or like 10 years even. Like solvers coming into the play and people understanding the math behind poker and all that. It has opened up so much for new players to coming into the game. They can learn the game in a couple of years compared to people that have played the game for 20, 30 years and then play with all the old timers and all of that. So yeah, I think that's the interesting part with Hold'em.
Which is the other reason why I stick to games that I feel I have an edge on. And with all the kids coming in with their computer brains and charts in their heads and all the rest of it in Hold'em, I know I've lost whatever edge I might have had. I'm not sure I ever had an edge in Hold'em, but I know I have an edge in Omaha and in Horse and 8 game and all the rest of it. Not against everyone, but against the average player. So it's a lot. I think one of the things I learned in poker a long time ago was choose your game. And I think that's such good advice for any player. And if it's Hold'em and you come in, like you say, with using solvers and playing a million hands online before you play a live one, that's fine. That's your game. But it's really important for everyone to choose the game that they have an edge in, whatever that might be. And I hold that advice. I can't remember who it was from. It was from I think it was from Devilfish, Dave Ulliott, who was passed away now. At one point was the leading UK tournament player with about 8 million in tournament wins. But great advice, that one, for any other young players coming in. Find your game, stick to it.
I agree.
Victor, again, in the mix with jacks. Daniel, unfortunately for him, with King Jack. He's already been, how can we say, bent over by Victor and given a Spanish slap. Spanish flu. Unless he hits his king, even worse.
Wow.
Good hand for both players. This is cash. So set for Victor and up and down for Daniel. Neither player has a flush draw, but this could be a car crash hand. I can't see That's a very small bet. 15. Why is he bet so small?
I'm not sure it was that. It was 15 into 26. That's also one of the things nowadays we see much smaller flop sizings with the bets.
Really didn't win a pot, so.
So Victor flat called there. I think he will think he's still ahead. So we're now going to see 40 coming in. So he's raising that percentage. Sorry, 50 into 56, nearly a pot size bet. Now Daniel is behind at the moment in stack and blinds and has missed. What kind of amount can Victor get paid here? He can't fear the straight. Daniel could represent it by shoving on the end, but not sure he's got enough to take Victor off it. No, bet and fold. Another pickup by my boy.
Yeah, he was over betting a lot also. He bet 500 into a little bit over 200, but
Yeah, slight overbet.
yeah. But I like this bet in no limit. It, I mean, it opens it up because in pot limit, obviously, you can always bet the maximum of the pot. But yeah,
I remember, I think it was 10, 12 years ago in tournaments where the overbet became a thing. It'd never been done before. I mean, when I was playing professionally in the late 2008, 9, 10, you'd never see an overbet. No, and then suddenly this thing came in, and everyone was going, well, "What is this? What is this thing? Why is he bet 2.5 times the pot or whatever?" And you see it on TV coverage as well quite a lot. It's fun. Jon, he uses the overbet. I've seen him do it a few times.
yeah, you're putting your opponents in like maximum pressure spots, and it's. I think for those people that has been around for a while, when you saw Tom Dwan coming up and all that, I mean, those players used a lot of over bets and all that. It just puts your opponent in very, very tough spots, and it's making the game very interesting. It's no limit, so you can bet any size.
Absolutely.
Right?
But I was brought up on kind of extracting value and blah, blah, and suddenly this overbet thing arrived. It was a very strange animal.
I guess it comes down to people understanding game theory a little bit more nowadays. They're understanding the mathematics, and also like we talked about before, with how the solver plays, and just putting people in like a lot of tough spots.
Yep.
And yeah.
So there's interesting dynamics on the table. The end of our table seats 7, 8, 9, and really have hardly played a hand. Seat 8, one hand, I think he's played two. He's played 2 and 1-1. Shimon played a couple earlier, hardly played, and seat 9, the other Czech partner of our man with the hat, is he's hardly played a hand. So I don't think they're here to kind of win the cash game challenge. I think they're more here for the fun of playing on streamed live TV. All their friends can watch. Nothing wrong with that. Federico, considering what to do. He's on the big blind, got chips in already.
Technically, he's my boss. Kind of fun.
Looks like just a call. Shimon, ace-8 offsuit, will get respect.
Well, for free, I had to pay.
Federico's hit the flop, second pair.
Yeah,
And there he is, checking away. Should have done that before, my friend.
Done the wages in the Czech Republic.
But Simon with a backdoor and a flush draw, and he has a couple of backdoor straight draws also. Has an ace.
It doesn't complain, doesn't
See what it does.
I get the bitch.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
If he fires
fairly
me,
standard call there with second pair.
I get to bitch however much I want to. So. Spill up. Spill.
Not made much difference. Gut shot for the ace-8. But a 10. No, that will win it. Queen 9. Just top second pair at the moment is in the lead. So Shimon only an ace or a 10 will give him the pot.
I'm not really sure what happened. I think Federico.
Checked again, and there was a bet.
Yeah, but I think Federico was the one who actually led the turn. He led it he overpot, like he overbet the turn. It says that he was betting 65 euros on the turn also.
And then what, Shimon raised? I didn't see it either.
No, Shimon folded. But yeah,
Shimon won the hand.
then it was the graphics that
Yeah.
showed it wrong. Yeah.
Sorry about that, guys. We had a little error with the graphics there. So I think Federico checked it. Shimon bet, took down the pot.
Yep.
So, yeah, sometimes our graphics go slightly awry. Occasionally on these RFID tables, occasionally the computers underneath the table don't read the cards that have little technology inside that tells you that that card is the 10 of hearts and the other card is the 9 of hearts, in Daniel's case. Nice cash hand this. Jack 10 suited, 9-10 suited, two best hands to beat a big pair.
Siesta all the time.
Oh,
Oh, spicy.
now is the
7 deuce game going, maybe.
7 deuce game going, because Jon suggested, and I couldn't hear what it was, he suggested a prop bet and everyone agreed to it. So it could be must be the 7-2 game.
Oof.
Oh, and Daniel, who's not getting the best run of it. Daniel has smacked this board with the third nut flush. Adam has a flush draw, but if we're playing the 7-2 game, he could get in trouble.
Wow. This is fun. This is fun. Daniel has a very short stack also here.
Well, it's literally impossible for Adam to win this pot. Daniel with only 140 behind, just over half the pot. Adam's going for it. He's
Yeah.
going to get the bad news.
Yeah. But I like the heart and commitment, like Tony G would say, from Adam.
Jon's laughing. It must be the 7-2 game. So for those of you not sure about what that is, one of the prop bets you can do on a table is that if you win the pot with 7-2, everyone on the table has to pay you something. It might be, say, 50 euros each. And that's the reason Adam raised pre-flop. Not because he thought 7-2 was a good hand, but because we've got a prop bet. He could have earned 400 euros or whatever, maybe even 100 euros ahead. I don't know what it was. I will find out later, but I guess that was in play.
Yeah, most likely.
Everyone else at the table folded.
It said it didn't work. It's very good for the game with playing 7 deuce. It gives a little bit of
I
other
love
dynamics.
it. I really enjoy it.
And I got
Adam just unlucky there that Daniel smashed the board with a made flush.
Yeah, what can you do?
And Daniel back in the game, I think, both with chips and got a couple of blinds behind him now. King Queen offsuit, sorry, King Queen suited for Victor. Standard raise to 10.
Did you make this personal?
Jon 3-betting with the Queen 10.
You sure? 'Cause
Oh,
it tastes
Simon
like
with the instant fold with ace queen off also.
extra strong, of course.
Maybe the graphics are wrong. Yeah, it's still showing.
Oh, it's still. Yeah, it disappeared, but
I think he may have called with it.
It's Slovak stuff.
Yeah, that's a European, Eastern European.
oh, we 4-bet.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, graphics catching up with us, guys. Sorry about that. So yeah,
That's way more.
fairly standard 4-bet with the ace queen,
Yeah, exactly.
as opposed to folded.
I'm expecting a picture.
Victor respecting that and folding his king queen, but Jon, being Jon,
Yeah, that's later.
is coming in with 2-1 against with the queen 10 suited. He's hit his 10. Only Jon. One undercard, bang, hits the flop.
Yeah,
backdoor flush for Shimon, but he does not want to hit his queen.
Yeah, we'll see. It's an interesting board also with 10, 10, 7, 6. Very connected board, 2 clubs.
8, 9. Yep. Wow. That may slow Jon down a bit. The board has now straighted. So ace 8 or 8 now hit a straight. Has Jon checked? Yeah, he's checked.
I think it's a spot where Simon wants to check a lot also.
That's a good card for Jon though, because Shimon checked the turn. He's got to feel his 10 is winning. May not need to bet, but he might do some kind of value bet. Yeah, just a kind of a blocker bet, really.
And it's a good bet because you're just, how to say, you're making it a little bit harder for your opponent to make a big bluff on the river now, because now he has to raise. And he will call off some hands, like some lower pairs, maybe some 6s, 7s, and all of that. So,
I mean, depending on your aggression rating, your I can't remember what it's called online. What's that aggression rating thing called? KPI? No.
you're talking about
VVIT?
in what? Where are we talking about?
Online, playing online. There's a aggression rating.
I mean,
VVIP. This board is a fantastic board to make a big raise on.
Yeah.
I mean, you're repping such a wide combination of hands that could be winning. Flushes, straights, 9, 3. You know. Yeah. Has he raised? I think he has.
he did.
Oh, I love this. This is really good poker.
It's difficult for Jon also. When Simon is checking back the turn, it's I mean, he's putting himself on having flushes here and raising 230. It could be a spot where Jon actually sniffs it out here, and yeah, what can it be? What could he have? Because Simon is probably not gonna check back 10s, 7s, 6s. I mean, the 9 comes in obviously, so it's a forecast rate on the board, but yeah, no, he chooses to fold.
Wow. Now, as I said, great board to represent on, and I think Shimon played that hand beautifully. Really, as a cash player there, fantastic.
I agree. I think it's also good when Jon is betting 55. Most of the time, it's a bet where it says, okay, I have a pretty weak hand, and I don't really want to induce anything. But yeah, when he's getting the raise to 230, it's going to be a hard spot for him, obviously.
No, I think that Jon. I don't think Jon played it badly, but I think Shimon really maximised his return there. It was a great play. Got to remember, he 3-bet pre-flop as well with the ace queen. 4-bet.
4-bet. He did.
Yeah. Oh, that was ace queen going. No, it is a raise. Ace queen raised to 20. Shimon.
I would have paid 75.
That's the second hand for Sebastian. Second hand is won.
Yeah, coming back to what you said a little bit earlier, also with the mixed games here at the festival, and also like that people have to choose their game. I think that's one of the beautiful things with the festival, also that they're offering so many different games. If you're a good mixed games player, you can go here and play that. If you play PLO, you can come here and play that. Normally told you can play pretty much anything here, and that's what I think that a lot of the people coming here appreciate it.
I think you're right. It really is one of the only week festivals. I know it's called the festival, but it's one of the only week festival that literally can accommodate every type of player. If you want to just play Hold'em, you've got a 500k main event, a lot of whom have qualified with the fantastic online offerings through iPoker. What else do we have? We had Party Poker, Unibet, so quite a wide range of sites. And that covers all of Europe, Scandinavia, England, France, Italy, etc. So a wide range of attractive offerings online, full packages including main event, hotel, the wonderful hospitality package. So tomorrow I'm off to Hungary, one of the neighbouring countries, for lunch with Franca, the Italians, and some of the other hospitality boys who won packages, boys and girls. And you can play a fantastic Hold'em week. There's the Hendon Mob, regular, wonderful championship, 250 buy-in. There's the main event, 500k guaranteed. Every single day there are at least 2 Hold'em tournaments on top of the big ones. If you're, like you say, an Omaha mixed game player like myself, it's just such an attractive week. It's very hard not to. There was one I missed. I played every festival, but there was one I missed. I think I was in Asia, so I was like a long way away. So I was travelling for a couple of months. So nice big hand for Shimon there with the top set. Jax picks up, and he's coming hard on the rails.
Yeah.
He's picked up quite a lot of pots in the last 20 minutes. There we see our 100k jackpots here. If you are here live at Banco Casino and like the fruit machines, if you are, for instance, Thai or Filipino and female, love the fruit machines they do. Worldwide, anywhere you go in the world, they're there pumping in their money in the fruit machines. I think it's a shame we've got no female poker players on this cash game challenge. I do like it being more of a mix.
I've seen a couple of females here playing a couple of events. I mean, obviously we have a lot of good female players all over the world, and I think that's one of the beautiful things with poker. Also, it doesn't have anything to do with gender. I mean, it's come down with your mental ability pretty much and your skills on playing poker. So.
I actually have a philosophical belief that a good female player will have an edge over a good male player for gender reasons, literally based on their gender, based on how women operate psychologically and culturally and how men operate. And women in the main can make men do things more than men can make women do things. And in poker, that's a great skill to have. But about 5%, it's estimated, about 5% of most poker players in the world are female. And like you say, there's some very, very good ones around. We see a lot more ladies tournaments now. There's a big one in London, Poker Stars, 100k guaranteed. Biggest female guaranteed tournament I've ever heard of.
Wow.
Kerry Jane, who runs the Hippodrome as part of Poker Stars Live, is behind that. And I have a couple of very good female poker players who will be entering that. I once put 2 female players in a Unibet championship in London. I went to them and said, I want you 2 to play this tournament, because I knew their game. One was very aggressive, and they came 2nd and 3rd. I was so pleased. Wow. I put them in on a deal, 100% money, 60% to me, 40% to them, and it was a good return. But I knew that one of them, because there were hardly any all-female tournaments in those days, we're talking 10 years ago, and I knew they had the game to beat other women, because it's a different level, different skill. And one was uber aggressive. Only Jerome Brad Peace's girlfriend who won it, who's a good friend of mine as well, and he's a good Omaha player. Only she got in the way and won it. Such is life. Can't win them all.
Pretty good staking deal though.
I was very good. Yeah. In terms of the percentage, or I don't know what's normal nowadays. I've no idea.
I don't know. It comes down to like, yeah, how good you think the players are and all of that. But I mean, coming 3rd and 2nd also. That's
it was my best result, not in terms of amount of money, but more like actually consciously working out that these 2 women would play well in an all-women tournament, And they did. So, yeah, that was good. Sixes here. Small raise by Adam. But Jon has a 3-bet with an ace-king. Set mining for Adam. Little smile on his face between them.
Wow.
And
Wow.
Adam, this is ridiculous. We have second nut flush against a set. This could go ballistic, people. So Adam is first to act. This is a tough spot for the set because you've got connected board, 3 hearts. It's not. I don't think there's any best way of playing this. I really don't. I honestly wouldn't know what to do in this spot.
It's a little bit difficult. I mean, Jon 3-bet the flop. He's probably going to have a lot of like ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack.
And one of them could well be a heart,
Yeah,
which is
exactly.
exactly what he's got. So Adam checked it, and Jon, as he would do, c-bet. So Jon's still behind. Is Adam going to check raise here to try and protect his sixes, or is he just going to check call? Could lead on this as well. Yeah, he's leading. Fairly small bet, 80 euros into 220. Giving Jon the price to call for his draw. Now here comes the river. Great river for sixes. He's going to be pretty unlucky to lose this. Jon in position though.
Yeah, I'm just praying Jon to have an overpair here.
Or an ace queen.
Wow, he's checking also. Let's see what happens.
That was I wasn't expecting the check.
Yeah, it's an interesting check. I think that, I mean, Jon calls the turn here. Does Jon ever think that ace king is good here?
Well, I think Adam's check calling. I think he's checked to call.
They have 7 days.
But it will depend on... No, okay, there was no bet. But I think he was checking to call a bet. He won it anyway.
Yeah. As well. What?
No, it's
If the
interesting.
board had paired with a heart, which was difficult, only the queen.
Yeah.
But that would have been really interesting.
It would have been. It would have been.
Okay, nice pot there for Adam. He lost a couple earlier. I think he's
Normally I would
relatively
never bet
back to his starting stack.
but I would with 7 days.
And your boy Jon has not shown well on the second half, I would say.
Unfortunately not. I think the victor is doing the best here to maybe lock up the win for the Hold'em session at least. But yeah, we still have a PLO session to go.
That's true. And I think Shimon is coming up on the rails as well. Chinese aces for David, pair of eights. You know the reason why they're called Chinese aces?
I've heard it before, but I don't remember. Tell me.
It's nothing more complicated than the Chinese believe eights is the absolute luckiest number. So 8-8 is the best hand you could possibly have, therefore it's aces. They just believe in eights.
Yeah.
Eights is a very important number in Chinese culture. I tend to play eights like they are aces.
Sometimes I play ace-4 like it's aces because sometimes I look down and think that ace-4 is aces.
Could be. So we've actually 3-bet with the ace-4, but David's not going anywhere with eights. Both players have missed, but eights is second pair. Jon, the initial aggressor.
think it's pretty interesting. John 3-bet the pre-flop versus David's 8s, and yeah, David is calling John C-bet.
And he should be calling as well, especially John. You know, Jon is very aggressive. If David has learned anything from this table, it is that Jon will, you know, happily take the lead with or without a hand. Whether he's noticed that or not, I don't know. And again, you know, it's much easier for us because we can see all the hands and all the players. But part of the, it's a big bet, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow. Pot size bet.
And this is what I like also with no limit hold'em, that like
He's got the up and down.
yeah.
He's got quite a big draw here. He's drawing to a straight, drawing to an ace. But David has 1K behind him.
He's deciding to call here also.
That's a strange play, really. Oh, and he's got in trouble. He's got in trouble. Jon has played this hand beautifully. Love that bet on the turn.
So I also, you're folding out 9s, 8s, 10s, jacks, queens usually. Now David made a good call on the turn, but yeah, John.
Okay, I'll probably argue with you on that one. I don't think it was a good call. I think in my book he should have folded or raised. That would have been a very different play. And if someone like David, an experienced player, raises a lot there, he's repping king or a set. And then that makes the whole draw to Jon much more difficult to call. I don't like the call there on the turn at all.
No, I agree with you. I like it when it comes down to like the situation, obviously, because it was good. But yeah, I think he should just probably fold with 8s.
Probably favourite fold, and I don't mind a big raise because it's a more aggressive way of playing the pot and it's a cash game. So I think he chose the worst option.
Yeah, but it's also a little bit hard because he's betting so big on the turn and they only have like 800 behind, so maybe he has to like click, because if he goes all in, he might be, yeah,
Well,
might be just getting snapped.
To me, that really highlights experience against inexperience, and this hand highlights it.
You see John jamming here with ace also.
Yep.
Wow. If we see David call here, it's gonna be interesting. Oh, he does. He does call. Wow, wow,
And a
wow.
grimace. Jon picks up the biggest pot of the night.
We see the biggest pot of the night, yeah.
100%. Yeah. No pot has been. That's 2.5k.
Wow.
I mean, the biggest pot before that was about 1k.
Yeah.
So Jon has moved ahead in the stakes, I think.
Oh, wow. And this is what I'm talking about with experience. It comes down to making a big, big bet on the turn, getting called, and then hitting the ace on the river and going for max value.
Well, because he had the up and down and the ace, he by making the big bet, the 8 should have folded and he still wins the pot. And he's then building up the pot if he hits, which of course he did, and he gets max pay.
Yeah.
And it's the best way of playing that hand by far.
Absolutely.
And that you're absolutely right. That really shows Jon's experience. And we've got aces again.
Again.
This time for Adam.
But like here, they might just have like.
Now, last time Adam had aces, everyone folded in the same position. For in under the gun, he had aces about half an hour ago. Oh, same players called. Well, these two got a 50-50 deal. I don't know.
How to get there.
So Daniel's called with 7-6 offsuit, and we have a re-raise. We have a 3-bet to 75 by Ted. Ted's hardly played a hand. Seat 9.
Finding a good hand in the small buy also with Queen 10. Squeezing here, making a big 3-bet.
4-bet coming in.
Floor.
Adam putting the pressure back on with a 180 full bet.
Are we doing 800 from now?
Oh, I think like we have last 10 minutes to play.
We just play.
Oh, we will just play like this. Yeah, you can move.
Ted's coming in.
Yeah, let's see. He's been waiting
I
for some
think,
kind
he's
of hand.
gone all in. Has he gone all in?
He just called. He just called.
Okay. I saw the all in button. So, luckily for him, he's missed. I think Adam's repping ace king, aces, kings, queens. He's repping a big hand, so queen 10 has completely missed. Can't see anything but bet and fold.
Should have had those starters.
That's what you get for never having the start.
Starters that I paid for. What's that?
Yep, went to form. Adam's now picked up a few
I could
pots.
easily neck one of those.
Yes.
I know you can, but what's going on today? Normally he's like,
I'm pissed by now. Oh, but if I showed you the bed I have to climb into, I want to be semi-sober. I might die in the morning.
I feel like 3 times you could have had 7 deuce, but the one time you had it,
I did have it.
like you run into it, you know.
I didn't have any.
So
I think
there's
also I
our
can play it off, but it's easy.
leaderboard. Jon started with 2,000 and is on 2.6. Victor, definitely the biggest money winner at the moment. I think he started on 1K, so he's doubled up.
If you punch a call with like 8, 10 of spades.
About 10 minutes to go, everyone, before the end of this 2-hour No Limit Hold'em session. And then in half an hour, we will stream our 5-5 PLO, which my co-commentator will be playing, along with Franca, Daniel Pilgrim here in seat 6. I think Jon's playing the PLO as well in seat 4. So a few of the familiar faces from this session will be playing a proper game. Proper poker, as I call it.
Yeah, I remember last year I won a very, very big pot versus John and another guy when I flopped a set of queens and the flush draw, and yeah, won 1,000 big blind pot. So
That's 1,000. That would be 5 grand in today's 5-5 game. So not only is that a lot of blinds, it's also a lot of shmula.
yeah, I had a nice time in Bratislava after that. So yeah, thank you, John.
You went to the good restaurants.
So I did.
So best restaurant in Bratislava? Where you been?
We went to this Mexican place that is very, very good. I'm not sure exactly what it's called.
Mephisto, or it's around the corner.
It's around the corner.
It's very good. It's also very expensive. It's ridiculous. So like tacos are 23 euros.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's probably not that place then.
The one on the main, literally around the corner on the big street with the trams. That one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the place. But I went there and we had a dinner for 4 people. We had like margaritas and tequila and all that, and it was like 220 euros or something.
Yeah.
Pretty decent.
Okay.
Probably not that place then, but yeah, Mexican is good food.
Yeah, I think it's the only Mexican in Bratislava, so there's not many around. There's some we're very lucky here in the old town where Banco's based. There's some great restaurants around. Good Italian around the corner, very good. 2 good Slovak restaurants, 2 very good Vietnamese. Plus, of course, you can use the takeaway food apps like Just Eat and Bolt Food. So very well served. And the casino put on a free buffet for all the players. Today was perfectly reasonable. Chicken and cream sauce and some pork with very nice potatoes and rice, all free. So a lot of very generous options here. I mean, I don't know about you in Sweden, but in England, they give you nothing.
Nothing.
They charge you for a cup of tea. I mean, you know, £1 for a cup of tea, and you kind of that takes an hour to get there.
Yeah, you have to pay. You have to pay for everything in Sweden.
Yeah, same in England, and so it's really nice to come to a friendly casino, which is a lot of fun with all these games here at the festival. But as I already said earlier, I commentate for Banco, so I know them pretty well as, if you like, an employee, as well as kind of friend of the casino. And I would only ever speak the truth and never lie about these kind of things. But it's honestly one of the most welcoming and best run casinos in Europe.
I agree. I've been here 4 times and I love it so much.
I mean, just come here on a kind of normal week, you know, and there's great value tournaments, free drinks, very good quality dealers and tournament directors, and that's outside of the bigger festivals. I mean, last week we finished with the record-breaking Polish tournament. Winner got 100,000. I mean, amazing.
Wow.
For a €130 buy-in.
Wow.
Some of your Swedish compatriots came over, including my nephew, to play that one. And that was incredible. And the final table, 8 players, 8 nationalities. Loved it. Just such a good representative. I mean, not all from Europe. One was from Iran.
Oh my God.
One from Israel. I mean, we had a real smorgasbord of poker players. One local, Slovakian, who I know quite well. So here we are on the final stages of the No Limit Hold'em Cash Game Festival. Daniel with a 6-3 suited. He's hit bottom. He's hit second pair, and Federico hit bottom pair on the flop. May get paid.
Yeah, but like before I
Just put Federico to a difficult decision. You call here?
I think it's difficult. Betting pot on the river. Federico has a deuce. Ace deuce.
Straight's got there.
Yeah.
You're not beating a lot, are you? And it's like you said earlier, fairly polarized kind of bet, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's late in the stream also. Sometimes you can see that Federico just flicks in the call. He knows that some people just want to play some hands and all that, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
yeah. But you know, Luke,
He's thinking about it.
yeah, but he does a lot of Pokemon as well. But most
Seems like he's very interesting.
but
Like very interested to call here. Size fold.
not. You're fair. No score with A5.
Ace deuce.
Ace deuce. You bluffed the last time, bro.
No, I didn't
Ace
do it.
deuce. That's why you
Value bet the
them.
3.
Yeah. You're like me. You're a river fan.
Yeah, Riverbend. Yeah, I think you bluffed it.
I was thinking about raising. Then
Snap you off.
Yeah, sensible fold there from Federico. Very hard to call with. It's like a hero call, but unnecessary. Unless you are literally on the cusp of winning the blinds, I think you have to let that one go. Shimon, but another good hand.
Yeah, picking up the ladies here. Sebastian has a 7 deuce. Let's see who wants to play it. Yeah, 3 bets.
I have actually gone out with a couple of queens before to a gay nightclub in London. But, you know, that's another story.
Look here, we have ace king.
Wow, this is one of those. This is the poker matchup. This is the poker royal matchup. Ace king against queens.
Classic race. And probably one of the last hands of the evening also.
Could well be the last hand if it plays out for a couple of minutes. Last hand could be one of our biggest of the night. We did have a 2.5k pot 15 minutes ago that Jon Kite won. Always mispronounce his name.
I need 20 minutes.
This is a tough spot here for Sebastian, not for Sebastian. Sebastian 3-bet for Shimon with the queens. How's he going to play this?
Because it's also 2 players that haven't played that many hands.
Yeah.
One that 3-bet and one that 4-bet. So sitting here with queens when you're knowing that your neighbors haven't played a lot of hands, it could be a little bit tricky here.
And that we observed earlier that these 3 have played the least hands from any of the table, and now they're heavily involved. And of course, the 7-2 game is in play, and Sebastian has 7-2, which is why he 3-bet in the first place.
Now we're talking, guys.
The automatic as well? I've only driven one automatic in my life.
Yeah, but the 5-bet coming in here.
If I bought my
Ah, wow. Ted's let his ace king go, and I think very well played by both players, I'd say. Ace king is literally 2 high cards, and I don't even like the hand, especially in tournaments. I really don't. I find it much harder hand to play than 4-6 suited or pair of 4s or whatever. And it's fine on a final table, and you can use it as a weapon to push all in, put maximum pressure. But in this situation, when you're 5-bet against, what are you beating?
Yeah, that's the truth. I mean, probably pocket queens. That's the only thing that you're flipping against. So
Yeah, I mean, literally had the one hand
Yeah.
you don't want to see, but it's the one hand you can kind of beat. But the other combos of kings and aces and ace king, you don't want to see.
yeah,
Yeah, I was like
it is difficult in that spot.
$100 each, and then I was like, we need 2 more cards. And they were like,
I think Shimon played that well. He's shown very well on this cash table, I think.
I'll give you some action, my
Been
Italian
impressed by him.
And also the other players they know. I mean, they probably have played the least hands, and when one of these guys are 5-betting, what do they have? They probably have queens plus, might have ace king also. So ace king might not be that interested to actually go for the jam there.
So Shimon is from Poland. Don't know much about him. He came late on this table. And looks like we are getting towards the final stages here. We are going to be starting the 5-5 Omaha stream in about half an hour. So Daniel getting his coat. So just looking up Shimon's. Hasn't played a lot of live tournaments. A few in Rosvadov. He's got the kind of record that looks like he's a cash player that's come into tournaments, and he's pretty well only played in Rosvadov. So we've got an ace-4 against a queen-9.
And we see Federico Rivi turning the ace also. But
Yeah.
goes check.
Jon will definitely be trying to win this one as well. I think he may be the winner of the blinds of this particular stream. That big 2.5k pot would have turned in his favour.
I play like 5 hands today where people don't want me to bluff. I don't care. You're like king high or
You didn't have to 5-bet, so it was like ace king.
And the bet taking it down there.
so many opportunities.
Just make you raise me. Why don't you raise?
Like, why would I? Why would I?
Yeah, it would be. I would be hoping for queen or ace.
If I raise,
Hoping.
I think I will probably need the stacks from Victor, from John.
So there is our chip count.
Yeah, I just want to be definitely.
Jon winning this stream, 1.3k big blinds. Victor just behind. Look, the commentators chose the top 2. That's all I can say.
Yeah,
We must know a little bit about this game. So and Shimon coming on the outside from a slow start. So that looks like the particular stream is over.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped and defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped and defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped and defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, it's so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me a believer. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety had me stripped and defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, it's so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me a believer. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me a believer. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped and defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped and defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped and defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees and so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped and defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees and so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, tequila like a light switch. Anxiety and me stripped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, it's so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like.
Only 4, I was told.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Cash Game Challenge. And we get to the real poker now. 5-5 PLO. And I'm joined by my co-commentator again, Martin. How are you doing, Martin?
I'm doing fantastic. I was supposed to play this game, but yeah, I'm still here in the booth because I enjoyed it so much.
Well, I heard they were scared of you. And they said, we don't want Martin, some mental Scandi player coming on our table. That's what I heard.
That's probably it. They want me here, and I think I'm doing fine here also in the booth, so yeah, I'm happy.
Well, it's a joy to have you back again. I thought I was on my own for this one, and we see the table starting to be set up. And we have a couple of players from our No Limit Hold'em session, Daniel Pilgrim and Jon Kite, who won that very big 2.5k pot and launched him into second behind Spanish Victor, your nemesis, from the first session. Now, why is it that the PLO tends to produce more kind of wins, more big pots, more big blinds than the Hold'em?
I think it comes down really to the equities run closer pre-flop. You can pretty much call with a lot of the hands and you can still perform well. Because in Hold'em, when someone 3-bets you and you have like a hand like 7-6 suited or like 10-9 off and all that, it's very different. You can't really defend, but in Omaha you can defend a lot and people like to gamble. I think that's also the thing.
So they've raised the blinds here from 2-2 yesterday to 5-5. And so what we've got, interesting, is 6 players with 500 euros. That only represents 100 big blinds. That's the minimum buy-in. But Jon Kite, as his norm, he has the biggest stack, 2.5k. And Martin, who is a previous winner here at Banco, I remember commentating on him winning, it might have been the Slovak, I can't remember what it was. Great player, really good tournament player, played a great final. He's on our seat 8 and he has 2k, 400 big blinds. What do you think that will do in terms of the dynamics of the table?
I think that Jon just wants to come in and he just wants to cover the whole table pretty much. That's what he did last time. He bought in with 5k and he was covering everyone for a long time. And I think that these guys are not into quit ever. They're just gonna play.
Oh, there's some good-looking bloke come on the screen. Who's that?
I see that. Yeah. Who is it?
It's a small fat bloke. Don't know who he is. It's filling the camera. Ridiculous. You can tell, guys, this is 30-minute delay, so I'm just finding out people's names, making sure I know who everyone is.
I met Mark 7 years ago playing Omaha Wasted, and he milked me like a cow.
I also think that people buy in with 500 euro because they're probably know that they're probably going to be like they have to fire a couple of bullets also, because in Omaha you just get in 100 bigs, you have 60% equity pre-flop, and then you just lose and they have to buy in a couple of times. So I think that's what people do, and some people they're not willing to lose 3, 4, 5k. While maybe John he has a bankroll to lose 10k if he wants to. So I think that's what it comes down to.
I think he has a bankroll to lose 100k.
He probably
He's had a very, very good year, cashing big win and a big cash in the EPT in Cyprus. And where was the other one? France?
I think yeah, it was in Paris. Yeah, it was.
So he's had a fantastic year, Jon. Used to be backed by someone I know quite well, and I think he's more on his own now. He was in a stable of players with a very good young Irish player who's a good friend. And we used to play a lot of Omaha tournaments together. Played the EPT in London, which was fun. But Jon has had an incredible year. He is in the empty seat that we can see with the coat on it. So going around the table, we have festival founder Franke in seat 1, Daniel Pilgrim in seat 2, Jonny Johansson in seat 3, and in seat 4
That's what he's used to. He's used to a bastard.
we have, I think he's German. I think it is Mark Gork in seat 4. Yeah, he's the German player in seat 4. Seat 5 from Finland, Vesa Heikkinen, like the racing driver Heikkinen. And in seat 6 we have, that's seat 6, Vesa. In seat 5 we had Semen from the Ukraine. He's the young player with the slicked back hair. Semen Karyi from Ukraine. Jon Kite in seat 7. And here he is now. And seat 8, our final player, the local Slovakian Martin. So very nice lineup, very good mix of nationalities and skills, I would say. Some good Omaha players. We have Mr. Pot in seat 1, and some pretty good Omaha players. There's 2 or 3 here I know have good Omaha records. Anyone stand out for you?
It's I would probably say that John. I mean, he's covering everyone, and he said it before also. This is his favorite game. This is the real game. So I think that I'm probably gonna keep him as my favorite again. But you never know with Franke. I remember last time when we played the cash game, and in 4 hands he managed to win the whole cash game challenge because he doubled up every single hand.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, I would normally agree with you going for Jon, and you came second to me last time, so I have to oppose you again, and no surprise, I'm going for Franke. His policy of uber aggro in a PLO tournament like this just puts so much pressure on other players, and only the best players can fight back. So I'm going to take Franke on this one. I'm 1-0 up, so I can't lose, but we'll see what happens. But Jon, a fine Omaha player. Look at that, that's huge, that's far too big. So that person should lose weight.
Yeah, Franke can do anything. I mean, he's a magician when it comes to poker. Anything can happen.
You know, he won a side event, No Limit Hold'em Turbo side event in Nottingham, which was about 3 festivals ago, and he did not have a drink all week.
I remember that. I remember.
I went to buy him a drink when he was heads up, and he said he wanted a Coke, and I thought I'd misheard him. In fact, I thought he meant the powder. No, he meant a Coca-Cola with ice and a slice. And I said, well, you know, what do you want with it? Rum, vodka? He says, no, just a Coke. And I nearly fell off. I nearly fell over. Couldn't believe it. And he did not have a drink the whole week.
I remember. He got a trophy.
Got a trophy. Just shows you. We are enjoying, you can't see us, but you have to believe us, we're enjoying a very cheeky little Barola, courtesy of Banco Casino. So if we start slurring our words in about an hour, you'll know why. Very pleasant, actually.
I like it.
It's good to be sophisticated now and again. I look good from behind. It's just not so good from in front. I met, I was in Cambodia and I met a Swedish footballer, quite well known. I didn't know him, but he was well known in Sweden. And we had a picture together. And there's him, all fit, 6'2", and me, 5'7" and short and fat. And then I posted it with, you know, one is a professional footballer and one is a professional poker player. You choose. And he, a really nice guy.
Yeah.
It was in a Swedish hotel as well. It was literally run by a Swedish couple in Cambodia.
Wow. Yeah, I've been there. I played poker at the Naga World.
So have I.
Yeah. WPT Cambodia.
Yeah, I played a lot around because my wife's Filipino. We go to Asia quite a lot, and I've played the APT. I've played in Manila at Ocado. I've played in Vietnam. I've played in Naga World but I don't like Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia. It's an absolute Anyway, we're on our first hand, guys, and we've got a couple of good holdings here. Johnny and Daniel with two pretty good holdings, very similar ones.
Yeah, you immediately see the difference here also in the pot sizes. We're almost. I mean, we're already playing like almost a 200 euro pot.
Which is like the fifth biggest hand in the whole of the hold'em. Yeah. We had two really big hands, and the rest were all fairly small. So here we've got a couple of good holdings with Daniel and Johnny, and Mark Gork has an exploratory hand, shall we say. The graphics have gone a bit faster than my eyes. So we've got a King 10. We've got a nice complete wrap here for Johnny. Ace, Queen, Jack. Franca actually winning with two pairs, 10-6. Gut shot for Martin, gut shot for Johnny. So Martin has gone. And Franca has folded, and I think Johnny had the best hand by far there. Even though he didn't hit the turn, he still got the complete wrap.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean,
but he has missed. Can he find 750 in the pot? Can he find? Oh, he checked behind. Jon will take this down. Jon will take this down. I don't know what hand he's got. I think he had the 10-6. Maybe the graphics of.
How can you fold king 6?
I only had two there, and the first row.
10 years ago, you wouldn't have folded king 6.
I think Martin, Jon won that with 10-6, two pairs, but someone else actually had a better two pairs but folded. The graphics were a bit fast for us there, guys. Yeah. If you know what's going on, do tell us. Next hand.
If you have king 3, it's good for you. What a start!
So bad.
I play two more hands and I'm on the break. Then you can win.
it's the perfect game to be aggressive in also, because you usually always have some kind of equity. And when you're playing passive opponents, it's kind of perfect. Just putting them all the time in very, very tough spots.
Not too many passive players on this table, but there are two aggressive players for sure.
Yeah.
In Jon and Franca. I mean, you know, you've got a Finnish player. I've not met many Finnish passive players. They tend to be more aggressive. And here he comes on the button.
Someone folds.
Franca this time with a proper hand. This is where he gets value because he's got the suited aces, and he's raising, and everyone knows it's Franca. They won't respect that he's got a good hand.
Yeah, no one expects this. They probably think he has like some kind of 7-4.
Here's Jon. Has Jon re-raised all in?
I think he did.
And he's got ace, jack, 10-6, which normally would be a range that would be ahead of Franca. This is where my man is coming. He's coming for you, baby. This is where he gets paid.
Whoa, 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 whoa. But John hits the straight.
Johnny's come in with a 3-5-7-7. Oh my God, Jon has hit the straight. Johnny's hit a set of sevens, and Franco's last with suited aces.
You took the first, bro. Unlucky.
But this, I mean, this is not the hand that Franco wins pots with. He needs these kind of hand like 8,
He
4,
wins
3
with
deuce.
3-5-7-10.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he does.
You and Frankie.
I've seen it so many times.
Kind of a good start, right? If you continue like this, the stream might be over in 10 minutes.
Wins the dinner flip, he wins the Texas stream, and now he's looking at it just thanks to me.
I didn't win the Texas.
You won on the stream.
But yeah, I think this is going to be a very interesting game. Have a couple of good players. Yeah, Frankie that is always going for it. And yeah, never really going like slow with his game. He just like putting on the pressure all the time. And John that is covering everyone. Yeah.
You're too fast, JJ. He can't see you.
I think they're having a go at me there. I'm not quite sure why. So Jon, 3.6k. He started with 2.5. Is that right? If I remember rightly.
He did. I think he brought everything from the holding table.
I think he has. Well, he started with 2k on that, so it's an interest. This is the kind of hand I do like in normal circumstances. 3-7-8-8. You know, it doesn't play well against Queen 7-7 though. 2 pairs for Johnny. What do you think of 2 pairs in Omaha?
I especially in 4 card I like it because they're a little bit disguised. I mean, you have 2 chances of hitting like 2 sets, and yeah, I like these hands. It really depends on the stack size also if you want to 3-bet and all that, because some hands are 3-bets like 5-5, 4-4, they are connected hands. But
see, I really like Mark's hand here. 8-9-9 Jack connected with 1 pair and a suit. I would prefer that hand than Johnny's 2 pairs personally.
so would I.
Yeah, I think the rundown is so powerful in 4-card Omaha because if you hit, you know, you really are pretty strong.
Yeah.
We've got 2 hearts on board, so we've got the flush draw for Franca, Martin and Mark. Nut flush, second nut flush, third nut flush. Wow. For their sakes, or 2 of them, let's hope a heart doesn't come.
Yeah.
For our sakes, bring on the heart. Franca is going for it with his King Queen of Hearts. He's also got the up and down. Yep, he's got the open ender. Well, Martin is definitely not folding, and nor is Mark. Mark's in there with the Jack high flush. He's in bad shape. Wow.
9s win.
I think 9s wins. Now, the only thing I can say is I said I like that hand before we saw the rest of the flop. So,
But this is what I like. You see a 1.7k pot, the 9s win here.
mad, isn't it? Mad. 1.7k pot and a pair of 9s wins in Omaha.
Yeah, a little bit more action than in Hold'em, you see.
I'm gonna show Martin a picture, and unfortunately we're not on screen. But it was from a 4-5-6 tournament, and this was 6-handed. The last hand, I was heads up, and I'm going to show him the hand and the flop, and I want him to tell me what hand wins. And it is a very weird one. Yeah. Okay.
I get to sit pre-flop or?
No, you get to see. This is the winning hand and the board. What hand wins? 6-card Omaha. He's going to tell you.
You have a deuce. That's all I see. You have king deuce.
Not a deuce.
You have king deuce.
Yeah, but pair of deuces. So I win a 6-card PLO hand and the tournament trophy with a pair of 2s.
Yeah. That's pretty. I wonder what the other guy had.
Well, the other guy had, he's virtually the same hand as me. I had a 2, he had a 4. I think the rest were the same. We both had flush draws, straight draws, blah, blah, blah. And literally a pair of 2s won it. And obviously I covered it. I was 5-1 chips or whatever on him. But that was a weird one.
That's 6-card for you.
Pair of 2s winning 6-card Omaha. Anything can happen here, folks. Even though we only have 4 cards here. We have some wonderful aggression. Frank is on his 3rd bullet already. So I think my bet on him is not looking too good.
Who knows? Like I said, last time we played, the 4 last hands, I think he was down a lot and he managed to win the whole cash game challenge in 4 hands by
Yep.
winning all the all-ins.
Yeah, well, he is that kind of player.
He is.
I really don't like playing with him because I think I'm just too... not conservative, that's the wrong word. I'm too calculated, and, you know, I will fold Queen Jack 9-7 against him where I probably shouldn't, but I do, because I will fold that against a lot of hands. But it's very hard to factor in the Frankie factor, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, for sure.
And like just then, he had the hand. He had the best hand by far and ended up losing. But the other people had every right to be in there as well. 3 flush draws. That was a good hand.
Flush draw, middle, straight draw, up to go, open and a straight draw, a pair of 9s.
Of course. Not enough flush cards left.
Yeah, you can never get enough of the classic Frank laugh.
No butter.
Few connected hands here. 2, 3, 4, 5 for Daniel. I do like playing low connected hands. If you hit, you're massive. If you miss, if you hit, you're massive, I said. There he is with a set of 2s. Also got the complete wrap. I honestly, I promise you, we do not know the hands until we see them. And that kind of hand against normal high kind of variance, Omaha hands can do really well. Daniel should win a big pot here.
I will see. Frankie bets without anything.
Of course. Yeah, he literally has no draw now. He doesn't have clubs, he doesn't have a straight, he has nothing. Daniel is milking him in, a bit like Federico. And just the full house for Daniel. He has to bet something here to try and get some values. 300 in the pot. What bet would you put here against Franco?
I would probably give Frankie some rope here, to be honest, because I think
he hasn't. He's shoved.
Yeah,
I agree. I like a small bet, 75, 100. Just weak bet. Look weak. Look
Yeah.
weak.
probably getting called by some aces, and maybe sometimes you're getting raised by some hands that you don't really have anything.
You're so strong there. You know, to be actually come up against a hand that's beating you is 98% sure.
I'll take over 20.
So there is our leaderboard. Jon well on top. Don't forget, most of these players started with 500 euros. The only players that didn't were Jon and
Martin, yeah. it was
Martin. So Martin started with 2k, I think. He's down. Mark Gork looking very strong there. He's gone from 500 to 1.7k.
But I think they've added chips, because I haven't really seen them playing any pots. I think they've added chips, actually.
Okay. Of course, in a cash game, you can reload before any hand at any time. You can't do it during a hand, but you can add to your stack at any point during a cash game. Seman now with the aces. Franco with 4-4, King 8, snapping.
But yeah, he's playing a different kind of game.
King Jack 9-9 with Johnny, interesting hand. Plays pretty well. There's the king, but he's up against the aces. Two clubs. Seman has nut flush draw as well as the aces. Very strong flop for him.
Who won the last time? You had the deuce?
No, he went straight, got shot straight.
No one's really caught anything much. Top pair for one player, but Mark absolutely dominating that hand.
Yeah. One of the thing I like about Frankie's game is though I think that I mean he's been playing poker for a pretty long time and he understands also when he's making these kind of bets on the flop and he's getting called and he doesn't really have anything, he just shuts down because he's not really putting it in with like dead hands because he always needs some kind of hand to go with it. So yeah, I mean he's not really just putting in dead money all the time. He actually has something. And putting on the pressure, it's very hard to play against actually.
I agree. That's why I do the commentating, not the playing. Much easier. Yeah, Jon, kind of also an aggressive player, but Franke takes it to another level.
You were over the straight then,
So, two big pairs, but not that connected. Let's say King King 9-9 or a Jack 10 9-8 rundown. What do you want?
Jack 10-9.
Every time.
Yeah, I mean I like the rundowns. They're so much. And
Four
when you
cards rundown.
Yeah.
Now, a 5 or 6 card rundown is absolute, I mean, a proper rundown, maybe with one gap, but 6 card rundown is incredibly powerful.
It is.
Especially if you cover the kind of Jack 10, if you cover the top end as well as the middle. Fantastic hand.
For sure. You can even be a favorite against top set, even against the nuts on the flop.
You can be, and when I've had it a few times, and I just remember feeling so confident with it when I played it.
Yeah. Look at Franke. Look at Franke. He 3-bet this, King 9-9 deuce, pre-flop. He pots the flop on 6-5-3 with diamonds. Takes it.
Diamonds straight. He has none of it. Oh, show the bluff, Franke. Come on. Show the bluff. Good for the game. To be honest, he's in a hole so big that he has to bluff.
But it is so crazy, and he gets it through also. Like no one has a flush, no one has anything, and yeah.
And he 3 or 4 times out of 5, that will be the situation. So a connected board comes, he bets it, hoping, stroke knowing, that no one else will have it. And occasionally they will have it, the 1 in 5, maybe 2 in 5, and they'll come back at him and he'll shut down, like you said earlier. But he wins 3 or 4 out of 5 this way.
Yeah.
Which is why I backed him as my favourite for this cash game session. Not working out quite at the moment.
Also, what I think is the thing that where Franke makes the most money is when he gets into these. He builds up a big stack, and people know that he plays quite crazy sometimes, and he wins these massive pots because they can't really put him on a hand.
Yeah. And then, of course, the one hand he did have, dominating everyone else, lost, came third. I think we've got a raise again by Franke. And a re-raise by Daniel. Queen, Queen, Jack 4 against Franke's range, probably a reasonable raise. Vessa, double suited and connected.
It's a very good hand.
It's lovely. Two connect. Oh no, hello. No. Now, if you're coming here to play Omaha Cash and you have that hand, put your money in, son. Put your money in.
Oh, we folded. Wow.
You folded. I'm sorry. That's against my religion. And then we got another double suited connected hand by Jon. Now, okay, wrong end of the scale, and he folded that. But I like Jon's hand there, personally.
Yeah, the thing in Omaha, like the ace-jack 10 combos, they are so strong, and he was double suited also, so I think that's a hand you can't really fold.
I struggle understanding that one.
Yeah, but to go to the city center is like 10 minutes by train, right? Nothing.
Top set for Daniel. Nothing for Franke. And nothing really for Martin.
Daniel dominates this
Yeah,
hand.
but Daniel will check because he thinks Franke will. Wow, this time it's Martin that's getting in trouble. 9-7-7-5. He's got club draw? Yeah, he's got the club draw.
Yeah, I know, but they don't have
Top set against club draw.
Yeah, Let's see.
Daniel, big favourite here, 70-30. Oh, clubs have hit. Clubs have hit. And clubs wins. Wow, Martin, our Slovakian local, has just beaten top set. Daniel very unhappy about that one. And he's having to reload.
And you hear Frankie laughing.
Franca's laugh is like the back end of a donkey.
I've heard it so many times all over the world. Yeah.
You can usually hear it from Estonia in London.
I know. Yeah, exactly. That's my pick also, but then he had the several tweets. So then I was like, wow,
There's no life.
It's a great laugh.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I was pretty unlucky for Daniel there, I think.
Yeah, he had 70% on the flop.
I mean, he's cool. Was it a 7 high flush draw Martin
A 9
had?
high.
9 high. I mean, no. And he bet it. He whacked it in on the flop.
Yeah, the stack to pot ratio was pretty low. So I think that like having like 1.5 stack to pot ratio. I mean the amount of money that is left. If the pot is like 500 and you have 500 stack, the stack to pot ratio is a 1. So
Right.
that's where you can just push a lot of your hands also, because yeah, you know that okay, if I get this in, it's not that bad because I don't need that much percentage to win the hand pretty much.
Okay, I got it. Right. Good factoid. Franca. That's a premium hand, isn't it?
He loves
Ace
it.
2, 3, 4 of the same suit. I mean, that's an Omaha hand to dream of.
This is the hand that Frank loves. And you see here also the reason why he
He's
can
got it in.
Yeah,
Has Daniel got it in as well?
yeah.
Daniel's got it in. No, he's only showing the ace.
Oh wow.
10-9.
Frank,
2 pairs for Daniel.
3 pair. But Frank gets the flush.
No. Poor old Daniel. He came here, got a cheap flight. He's paying 25 euros a night for a cheap Airbnb apartment. And he's doing his bollocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the reason why people see that Frank is opening to 160, I guess it's because people are straddling to 40. So we're playing a 5-5 game and the players are straddling, so it's 5, 5, 5, 10, 20, 40. That's what you get when you're playing Omaha.
Yeah. That's pretty unlucky. You've got 3 pairs on the turn and loses. That's the Spanish Poker Festival, which is our last one here at Banco in December. I'll be commentating on the final table there. It's not usually one of the bigger ones of the year, but it's a nice, quite friendly tournament. Obviously a lot of Spanish come over. Although there are casinos in Spain, obviously, like EPT in Barcelona, quite a few local casinos around Alicante and some of the other kind of major cities. For some reason, they like coming here. Do you think it's to do with getting a beer for €2?
Could be the thing, actually. I think that's one major thing.
If you go to an Italian restaurant here and you ask for a glass of wine, it's €2. In London, it's like 8, 10 euros.
It's insane. Isn't
It's
it?
5 times.
Yeah.
And in Sweden and Norway, even more.
It's so much.
Here we got aces with Martin, our Slovakian in seat 9. No suits, but ace 6-4. Good enough to raise, not a particularly strong hand. People can overplay these hands. What do you think?
You think about the ace 6-4?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like especially when you're deep, because you don't really have a suit. But in 4 cards also aces, they are very, very strong. So it depends how deep you are.
Gut shot for Semen. Gut shot for Daniel. Franca, nothing. It won't stop him betting, but nothing. And aces at the moment holding. But it's Semen that bets with the 8-9 queen.
Yeah.
It's kind of a... All he's got is a gut shot. But he's done well there.
I would do so much to actually be in the game now. I was on the list, I was planning to play this game, but yeah, sometimes you gotta stand online and do some commentary also, but yeah.
I think our graphics were wrong there because it wasn't Semin that won it was Vesa from Finland that won it.
Okay.
So I don't know what hand he had, but I was surprised that the gut shot hand bet that and won it.
Yeah.
And I was right because he wasn't. Semin did not win the hand, Vesa won it.
I mean, 2-2 is nice if you got some good players at the table.
I think Keith won 4 trophies and I won 2 and 3.
Johnny's played fairly solid so far. I think he's won all the hands he's played. Ace, King, 9-4, double suited hand here.
It came out the picture with me and Kevin Malone was today in 2017 in
Vesa from Finland.
I actually don't think he was the guy that raised it, was...
I won the first.
Semin.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, again, we've got a bit of a disjoint with the graphics there. Well spotted. So
It was a nice memory.
we've got a heart's draw though. It's not Vesa. I think it's Semin that has the Ace King 9-4.
But he doesn't come this.
And then the flushes hit. So it says Vesa on our graphics, but we're pretty sure it's Semin. His hit is 9 high flush. No one else has really hit much. No draws there. So I would think it's Franker, of course, who bets it with nothing.
He has a 10 heart blocker though, but yeah.
The board's paired. That may slow Semin down.
When you see Frank potting.
Wow, Franker's potting on the paired board. And he's only got a 9 high flush, so it's not an automatic call. Can Semin work this out? He probably doesn't know Franker. I don't think they know each other. And he's from Finland. This is a really interesting hand.
Yeah,
Great play by Franker if it gets through.
This is what it does. He just puts opponents into
Massive
very, very tough
pressure.
spots.
Massive. How can Semin call? The board's paired. He only has 9 high flush. It's a massive call if he makes it.
Yeah, and I can see Frank also betting if he would have like a higher flush here, maybe like a king high flush or even the ace high flush, he would probably play the same way. So yeah, real tough spot. In this spot, I would try to get a read from Frank by trying to talk to him.
Yeah.
But because you're sitting here, you know that the opponent is very capable of bluffing, and yeah, you have a 9 high flush, but it's hard.
And it's all in. It's all in to call. It's a massive bet.
Yeah.
Well, it's not massive. It's 375, but Semin only has 330 behind. Franker looking very still, trying to give no information away.
And he calls.
He called?
Yeah, he did. He put in the chip.
Wow, what a call!
Yeah, very good call.
1K pot there. Amazing call by our young Finnish player. That was a really interesting hand because that really could have gone either way.
Yeah.
And you know, big up for Franker for making that play. It was a great play. If I am Semin, can I call with 9 high flush? I'd probably have to fold. Just me. Okay, you build in the Franker factor. Even with Franker, it's such a tough call.
Yeah, it is.
Big up to our young Finnish player. I think that
Long lane
It was the first big pot he was involved in.
Yeah, but I don't think these are the spots where actually Frankie thrives in. When he gets a big stack and he sits around like 2k, 3k, and he like covers a lot of players that have like 1.5, 2k. It's so hard to play against because
Yeah.
people don't really want to make that big mistakes. But when he's playing like 400, 500, people don't. They know that they're not going
That's
to
a really
lose
good
that
point.
much.
Yeah, it's a big difference
Yeah.
in dynamic. I agree, but he's coming again. He does have double suited hand, double suited, double connected,
Perfect hand for Frankie. This is the hands he loves.
and look at all the queen jacks that are out there. We've also got aces. Martin in the on the button, and seat 9 is sitting there pretty with double suited aces.
Yeah, but now we're gonna see. This is where Frankie actually loves to suck out. So yeah, we'll see. Oh,
Wow, what has Mark done?
he knows.
I
the-
mean, Martin is shoving 1.9k against 1.3. He's shoving, and here it is. What the heck? I mean, Franco can go all in because he only has 210 behind. Fine. Mark cannot call with Queen Jack Jack 8, or at least in my book, cannot call.
Yeah, I don't think so. I'm not sure about the equities when it comes down to like 4 card, but I'm just thinking
He
that
does
Martin,
not have equity to call.
No.
Without literally having the maths in front of me, my instinct from a lot of years of Omaha says this is not a call.
Yeah, because he doesn't really want to have a pair here. He wants to have like hands like king, queen, jack, 10, 8, double
4
suited.
Kai hard run down, fine.
Yeah.
But he literally, we know because we can see the hands, he's losing to diamonds. His straight is possibly losing because if he hits, the ace 10 may win, the 10 8 at least blocks some of his straights. And his clubs are live, but he doesn't know it.
Yeah.
And ironically, not live to Franca.
I'm not sure what's going on. I guess the
No.
Frank is.
Well, all yeah. Franca fold?
No, he never folds.
No,
never
no.
folds.
Franca has to call. Mark went all in
Wow.
with Queen Jack Jack 8. If he wins this, wow.
I'm not sure he did. Did he?
No, Martin has 8 ace. And Franca has the flush? No. 5 6. No. So massive pot there for Martin. Huge
Massive,
pot.
massive.
Huge pot.
Biggest of the day. That must have been like over almost 4k, I think. Almost 4k.
Change. I keep this 500. I keep from
If the stack sizes were right. Because it said that Mark sat with like 1.7 and Martin covered him, and then we had Frankie who had like 300, so yeah, almost close to 4k pot.
Who was the other player in with the Queen Jack Jack?
It was Mark.
He almost trapped me. I had queen jack 14.
Had aces.
That's how you play aces, not like you
It was 4k, wasn't it? 1.7, 1.3, and 400. So 3.5.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. That's beaten our 2.5k highest pot from the No Limit Hold'em, which we expected and said that earlier.
But yeah, I'm
That's definitely hand of the night so far.
for sure. I'm quite curious what Mark is thinking when he's going with it with Queen Jack Jack 8 also.
You know, I've played a lot of Omaha, and the way that hand played, and the player who made that massive all-in raise, Martin, not a player that's going to do that without a better hand than Queen Jack Jack 8 for 100%. I don't like it. I don't want to have to fold. It's the right play.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking about he's in with 355, but the thing that is that Martin is he's 4 betting or 5 betting or whatever it was. I mean, it's very, very strong. And even though when you have Queen Jack Jack 8 and Martin has like some kind of ace rundown, he's probably ahead versus Queen Jack Jack 8 also. So
It didn't make a lot of sense. Jon has 4 bet. Ace, Queen, Jack 4, 1 suit. And Franca with an inferior Queen 10, 7, 2 hits 2 pairs.
It's his favorite hand when he has 7 deuce.
7 deuce. We're not playing the 7 deuce game in Omaha. Can't do that, guys. Doesn't quite work mathematically. But I quite like variation of it.
I
Why
guess everything is going in here also. Yeah, okay. I want to see Frankie get a big stack, so I'm sorry, John, but I'm rooting for Frankie here.
not? Oh, he's your man as well.
I know, but also like Frankie, I want to see him.
Oh,
No, Frankie wins.
Frankie wins. Yeah.
Because
7-2 beats. Yeah. 5-4.
yeah, but it's very good for the game when Frankie gets a big stack, because then he can put a lot of pressure. I mean, he can keep on 3-betting, and then he can just put on pressure post flop also, because the problem.
Is it his 5th bullet or his 4th bullet?
I think it's the 4th bullet. It could be the 5th, but
I've lost count.
yeah. The thing now when Frank is 3-betting and is getting called on the flop, I mean, there's so much little left, so then he's just like automatic all in pretty much on the flop. But when he's getting like 1K, 2K,
That was lovely. What we just saw there, Franco went to Martin, who won the 4.5K, 3.5K pot. Congratulated him. That's lovely. Even though he lost a bullet.
and this is what I call a Frankie stack. It's just a pile laying in front of him. He's not even stacking the chips.
I once played a tournament and I made the final table. I had so many chips. I had something like 2/3 of the total stack when we were 9-handed, and I didn't stack them up. I left them in a huge pile, and I was looking at my iPad, reading, not paying attention at all. I look at my hand. I either went all in or folded. Made no other play. It was a satellite. That's right, satellite. 7 seats, 9-handed. I was going to win a seat, whatever happened. And people were so angry because sometimes I looked at a hand like 6-4 and went all in. It wasn't like I had a good hand and I went all in. I just varied up, all in or fold. And I had 6-4 suited, and a guy with aces did not want to call my raise. He did not want to call. Didn't want to play it. I promise you. He literally thought about it for 2 minutes. In the end, called. I hit a 6 on the flop, 4 on the turn. And he went out with aces. And it was just one of those tournaments. It's lovely to have this river. I call it. It's like a river of chips. It took up about half a meter wide.
Yeah. Could you imagine how angry that guy was when he busted?
I don't care. No, he wasn't. He was someone I knew. He wasn't angry at all.
Oh,
He was. The interesting thing is he kind of knew I was going to win the hand. I was just one of those tournaments where I was hitting everything, and he kind of knew, even with aces, that he didn't want to play it, and he was right. I mean, I got very lucky, obviously, but he was right. But with relatively short stacked, what's he going to do?
Yeah.
As power, when you can get someone with aces to knowingly want to fold against your 6-4, and they were right to fold, but didn't. A lot of fun.
In Hold'em.
Yeah. No, I can play Hold'em. And I've obviously won lots more money in Hold'em than any other variant, mainly because all the money's in Hold'em.
Yeah.
When you play Hold'em, you can have 1,000 runners, and the equivalent Omaha, you'll have 100. So it's just 10-to-1 minimum on how much is in the prize pool.
Yeah.
But this is the game of, I think this is kind of the premier game in poker. Omaha and its variants, wonderful game.
Love it. I love it.
Johnny picked, he's fairly short there. Doesn't look like it looks like he's got about 400. We have a dealer change.
Last year we played half 4 card, and then we played half 5 card also. Obviously Martin up to 4.1k also. Yeah, he's going for the win here.
Yeah, I should have picked the Slovakian. I went for Franca. Mind you, Franca's got 1k.
You never know with Frankie here. He could spin it up in 4 hands, and he could be there. the leader of the cash game challenge. for sure.
Johnny, Daniel, and Mark well under the 100 big blind mark. Simon and Vessa holding their own, just about. They both started with 500, and they are in profit.
Yeah. As long as I don't see anyone ever 700 big blinds, I'm happy, because then I will probably get the painting. If no one wins more than 700 big blinds, then I will be the winner of the whole cash game challenge. I will get another painting.
You've had one already?
Yeah, I won the pineapple tournament last year.
So pineapple, I think we call that Irish in England.
Only Irish.
So you dealt 3 cards, and you get rid of one, and you play Hold'em from there on. Is that pineapple?
Yes, but that's after the flop action. It's crazy pineapple.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's the same rules as Irish.
Yep.
We call it Irish in England. That's because we captured Ireland.
Very fun game. Very fun game.
Yeah, I've never been keen on it. I played it quite a lot in cash mixed games. A lot. For some reason, I just don't like it very much. It doesn't work for me.
More cards the better, I say. And yeah, 3
I
cards
played
are better than 2.
5-card Irish. I played 6-card Irish. I just don't like the way. I mean, with 6-card, you get rid of 2, then you get rid of 2. So there's two stages. I don't know. There's something about it that doesn't appeal to me particularly.
You want to keep your cards?
No, just like you get rid of 2 cards when you play Super Stud. So it's not about getting rid of cards. I think it's just the game. Maybe because it ends up as Hold'em, whatever way you play it. So here we got a nice matchup. Ace 5-3 from Simon, and Martin with Jack 9-4, but he is 4-bet against him and gets rid of it.
Yeah. I would probably prefer a smaller sizing here. When the board is Queen 10-10-10 and you have aces, I don't think that you probably want to pot here. You probably want to go for a smaller size and keep all the pairs in. And even though you have a bluff, I don't think you want to go pot because you're risking so much. I think going smaller sizing makes way more sense.
Yeah, I agree. So we are now, I think, over an hour into this session. It's a 2-hour session in total. Martin from Slovakia in seat 9, the clear winner at the moment. Will he finish ahead of our No Limit Hold'em session?
He's a professional, Martin.
I don't think he's professional, but he plays a lot at good levels. So I know him. I've met him, I've played with him, and I've commentated on him, but I don't know him personally. I don't know enough about his life. He's a very impressive tournament player, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I just had some eye contact with him, so I had to say it. He gave me the thumbs up also.
Ah, okay, excellent, good info.
Yeah.
This is an interesting hand from Frank. I like this. 7-7, 9-jack, double suited and connected. This plays fairly well. Plus, you've got the Franca aggression factor.
Big thing.
Martin, interesting decision. He knows Franca. 8-6 king, up and down for Franca, and not a lot for Martin. I think Franca will follow through, bet, fold. Wow, he checked. That's not a great check. I don't like that. He's actually hit a board, relatively speaking.
He usually doesn't, but then he bets anyway, so yeah.
Yeah, like I always get people like you in, and then I have to speak some English.
I'm surprised by this. He's hit it straight though. Oh, sorry, he's hit a 9. So he is winning.
I hope he bets here. I mean, he should understand that he can never win checking back, I would say.
Oh, well, he is winning. No, he's not. King's winning. He has to bet.
I mean, he can bet a small
I
sizing
don't
here.
understand why he didn't bet the flop. He's up and down on the flop.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Alright, I'll be signing up as soon as I get home.
I think he played that fairly passively for the player.
Yeah. I think this is a spot also where Frankie.
Well done, Frank. I think you played it perfectly.
I hate.
I think you played it perfectly.
I'm not going to play it now. It's very playable, I guess.
What are you normally streaming?
Yeah, Franco played that hand fairly badly, I think. And I think when he looks back on it, he won't be happy with it. If he'd have bet that flop, he takes it down. If he'd have bet that turn, he takes it down.
It's such a big pot also. It's like half of his stack is 400 euros and he has 800 behind. So I think that he needs to bet at some point of the, like, one of the streets.
Martin's not calling with top pair. He's not.
No, of course not. He could bet a quarter on the river and probably get fold also.
Yeah, I think he had 3 opportunities to win that and missed them all. Don't want to criticise him because he's paying for my lunch tomorrow, but...
Yeah, hopefully he won't hear that, but yeah, Frankie, you should have bet.
He won't watch this.
I wanted to test out how is this streaming thing for me. And I really liked it. It was a big problem for me to grow community in the beginning because people know me from before because I played.
Let's see, another Frankie hand here. Oh, he just calls.
Good scores. Nice. Yeah. Since then.
Ace 4-9 flop. Franco's hit the board, but well behind Daniel.
Corporations with online poker rooms.
But it's Jon that bets out on this board. And I know why he's bet out. It's a very uncoordinated board. So he's kind of repping a set, a big ace, 2 pairs. Franco going nowhere with his 4.
Wow. I think this is Frankie is calling.
And Daniel is winning with an ace.
He's probably folding.
He may not against these 2 players. Yep, there you go. I honestly thought he would push there.
He's just put it in.
No, against these 2 players, he's making the right play.
Yeah, he
knows
is.
them well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
This is lovely play by Daniel. Franco, Daniel knows he's ahead now. Look, we shove it up him. Very English, English culture there.
Yeah, our lad from Doncaster.
Oh,
Frankie actually has 33.
well, he's hit the board. Now, for those of you who do or don't know,
hits the turn. Ay. Oh no, he actually
Franco's hit a house, runner on a house.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Oh,
Yeah.
Daniel is being fraped here. He is being Franco calls with bottom pair and hits a full house.
That's what he does. That's what he does.
And he's going to claim he's the best poker player in the world now. I love that.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of that one? Excellent. A mad hand.
Slow, very slow.
That's what we love Frankie.
Look at him now.
But I would like to see some 5-card action coming here. But I don't know.
I don't think they're going to vary it. I'm not 100% sure that the RFID system can read 5 cards. I literally don't know.
They did it last year, so I know they can.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I wasn't sure. I'd love to see some 5-card.
Yeah, it's a very different game also. The thing that I think is very fun is that you're making the 4-card players, that you have a lot of 4-card professionals playing, and you make them a little bit uncomfortable because the 5th card changes it so much.
Yeah, it's massive.
Yeah.
I have a golden rule with 5 cards. I'd never chase king high flushes. Just fold it. Never, not interested.
It's tough. So tough.
It's not tough. I think if you play it well, you should not be looking to get a king high flush because you're going to lose.
Yeah.
You know.
But that's what I mean with tough, because people can just bluff you also with like the nut flush blocker and all of that, and you.
Or the single ace, the what's it called when you have just the ace of trumps without.
Yeah, the nut flush blocker, right?
Blocker.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, nut flush blocker. We can play the ace.
Yeah. It's so hard to call down.
This pot is getting juicy. Can't see the cards on our screen. There we go. So Martin with a hearts. Jack, check 8-7 for Franca. Nice hand for Daniel. And look, he's hit as well. Told you. I like that. 7-8, 10-10. That's my kind of hand. So we've got diamonds in the... Martin has... he's checked it, but he's got nut flush diamonds. Plus 2 pairs. Very strong. But I'm pretty sure Franca... Daniel's got the up and down with 1 pair. And he's got the flush draw as well.
Yeah, we're gonna see it get in here versus Martin and Daniel for sure.
He's coming over the top. Franca's going to have to get out of the way. He won't like it, but he's got to know if Martin is putting his chips in here, he's got to know he's behind.
But you know, he really wants to put it in here. That's the thing with Frankie. He just wants to get
Daniel, with his stack and his hand, he should be calling.
Yeah, absolutely. He has an open-ended and he has the flush draw.
He doesn't know he's up against nut flush draw. He probably will bear that in mind, but he's too strong to fold.
Yeah, he has the equity to call also when he's putting in some
goes in. So another big pot, 2.2k in the pot. Daniel all in. He's had a few bullets. And
Martin wins. He has ace-8.
Martin wins again. Daniel looking forlorn. Nice hand for Daniel there.
Yeah, he's running over the table.
He really is. So a few players on 3 or 4 bullets, and we did predict that early on. We mentioned the 500 buy-in, that there would be some rebuys, and there have been. Martin from Slovakia, very good Hold'em player. Not seen him play Omaha before, but pretty impressed so far. His pot sizing and his betting strategy has been 100%.
Yeah, no one has left the table also, so everyone is reloading that is busting or adding on chips.
And there are 3 or 4 people that we can hear off screen. We can hear are desperate to get in this game, including yourself, no doubt.
I'm good here, actually.
That's because I'm feeding you Barola.
That's the reason.
That's a good reason. I'm okay with that. It's going to cost you dinner, but you know.
I think, yeah, for sure I will fix that.
There's always a cost in life. Nothing in life is free.
Nothing in life is free. I see Johnny called this hand like ace jack 10 5 double suited. I think this is a perfect hand to go for the 3-bet pre-flop.
It's nice, isn't it? It's a very weak board. You know, it's not really hit anyone, or it's unlikely to have hit anyone.
Yeah, who's ahead? It's John with.
John's got the second nut flush.
Yeah, the deuce.
And the gut shot.
Yep.
So Mark, King, Queen, 10-8. He can't call. He's also in the hole. He's lost quite a lot this session.
Yeah.
Easy pick up there for Jon.
Yeah, and I think something that people gotta understand in Omaha with these kind of hands that are like ace jack 10 5, ace jack 10 7, all of that, those kind of connected hands, it's a very good hand to 3-bet if you're playing them passively, especially in games where you're gonna get like 5, 6, 7 handed on the flop. Also, it's much better hand to 3-bet. So I would like to see a 3-bet from Jonna with that kind of hand.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, fair point.
Rolling and maybe coming up with a bit of luck. And hit the gut.
Yeah, Queen Jack 9.
Not seen a lot of action from these 2 players on our screen. The Finnish player and the Ukrainian player. Hardly played a hand, actually, either of them. Oh, just as I say that, commentators curse, we see a raise.
What happens?
Same in football. It's always like that. So Semen has a good raising hand, double suited kings with a connector, but he's up against a big Jon with a very nice ace 10 9 6 double suited. Got his clubs dominated and his hearts behind. If hearts or clubs come, this could be interesting.
I mean, I have to after.
Absolutely.
Martin's got a reasonable hand. He's called Jack 9 8 5. Don't like Franker's hand, but I'm sure he's called.
That's what he does.
I know, but you look at his hand on paper compared to the percentage. Look, he's got 25% here.
He was almost a favorite. Pre-flop.
King 9 4. Oh, he's hit bottom pair. How can he lose? King 9 4 rainbow flop.
7 hits top set.
Pretty good. I think that's a fairly good hand.
And I would have against everyone except.
I mean, no one is going to call him. He's played 2 hands and he's betting.
Yeah.
He's got it. Here we see our... So Martin, massive. 3.3k up. Vesa, Semen and Jon in profit. And right down the bottom, young Daniel and Johnny as well. Daniel in the hole for 2.5k.
Yeah, but I don't want to see Martin win more, because if he goes over the 3.5k mark, he will be a bigger winner than I was in terms of big blinds.
That was yours, 3.5k.
Yeah, I'm up 700 bigs.
With 30, 45 minutes, something like that to go, I'm going to put my money on Martin. No offense, nothing personal, just literally, mathematically, he basically needs to win one more decent hand, and he's up.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
You're rooting for the other 8 players, I can tell.
I'm rooting for myself. I'm rooting for the Martin K.
And what's the prize for winning the Cash Game Challenge?
What I've heard, it's a 1.6k package to the next festival.
Now, at the moment, the next one we know about will be Malta in the summer, but I think there will be another one in between, but it's not been announced.
Could be Rospadov again.
Oh, sorry, the next one will be Rosvadov in May,
yeah.
And then May be one in between.
Okay.
May or may not. So you have Rosvadov in May, Malta in, well, I was there, September?
September, yeah.
Here, Banco, Bratislava, November. So the plan always was to have 4 a year, kind of quarterly, but that went awry a bit with 1 or 2 venues like Dust or Dawn in Nottingham not quite working out.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But yeah, Rosvadov, it's not a place I like to play, I'll be honest. I don't just nothing in the environment. I mean, you know, the poker's good, but I like being somewhere where there's cultural interest, where there's good food, you know, where you can go places and visit, you know, outside of the poker, because you need to balance your life. So, but it'd be great if you win it. It'd be hotel, main event, and hospitality package.
I will go there for sure.
And it was a good hospitality package in Rosvadov. They really had to work hard because there's nothing there to get some fun events going, and I think they did. I know Franker is very keen on Rosvadov, maybe from a business point of view. I'm not keen because I just don't like playing there.
Yeah, I've never been actually.
4 times I've been there, and I don't think I've enjoyed any of them. So it's just got to a point where I'm kind of...
Wow! Did you see what happened? Mark folded a 9 on ace 9-9-5. Well, these are the 2 hands that are left. Jack 8-6-4 and Frankie called with 10-10-8-4. And we saw a guy folding a 9.
And Jon has the straight.
Yeah. Wow.
And Franker has nothing. But he has a chance of winning if he bets.
I guess he just checks. But that is crazy. This just shows how polarizing all of these bets are. We actually saw a guy...
massive. We had he had a 9. I only just spotted it. Well done.
Yeah.
So you had a 9, folded the best hand.
Yeah.
And who was it that folded?
It was Mark that folded. He would have rivered a full house also.
Wow. So Mark's played the hands he's lost and hasn't played the hands he would have won. It's not a good formula. It's not good for poker, that one, I promise you. There are some tournaments I play where I have the hand for the previous or the next flop, but never quite in sync. Sometimes, so I sometimes just get up and walk away and hope when I come back that the cycle has changed.
Yeah.
Of course, you do have an eye sometimes. Probably you could go next level.
Jan is in good shape though, having won the most money in the first Hold'em session. Now he's actually, I've just interviewed him about the 2.5k pot that he won. We'll see that tomorrow as part of the festival output. Some great video work being done by Lemon Poker and some of the other crew. Go on the festival website as well as Twitch, YouTube, and to some extent Facebook. So a lot of good content being put out there. And it was an interesting interview with Jan, and he has to leave half an hour after the end of this session. Oh, we have very big hands coming up here. We have top set of aces, but three clubs on the board. Daniel has nut flush and has bet 50 into this. Jan just calling with the top set. Franca coming in with very, very little.
What does he have?
He has nothing. He has a 2. Ace 2.
Yeah.
Ace 2 doesn't want to hit his ace. Well, he can't. There's 4 aces out. So Jan has top set. He has the draw. Daniel has the nuts with king 6 of, and he's betting it big. I think he's bet the pot. So Jan will know he's behind here. He knows Daniel's a fairly solid player. He doesn't bluff like this. So Jan has to put him on the king flush. It's the only hand he can bet with. And now Jan has to decide whether... No, he knows the odds. What the hell Frank is doing in this pot, I don't know.
If he's calling, it's crazy, yeah.
So Daniel coming back from the dead. He was the second last player in the big blind leaderboard. And Jan making a good fold there with top set against the nut flush. Yeah, I've played a fair bit with Daniel, and if he bets that kind of flop, he has it.
Yep.
You know, he's not Franca, he's not Jan, different player.
Do you think he would bluff with if he would have the single king of clubs?
No.
He wouldn't?
No. I don't mean it in a negative way, I just don't think that's in his game. I don't mean he doesn't have the ability to do it. He wouldn't normally do it.
Okay.
Just from experience of seeing him play and playing with him.
First time I got aces on the screen. Flop top set. And I'm dead to that.
It's kind of interesting. I mean, that's usually what you see from when you're playing Omaha. If you have the single king of clubs, you have the nut blocker, as we call it.
Yeah.
You're blocking the best card that you can
Listen,
have.
in Scandinavia, if a player does that, I have a very different take on it. I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
Omaha in the UK compared to Omaha in Sweden, and I've played a lot in both countries, very, very different. So if someone like Daniel, and I'd argue most UK players, make that bet on that flop, I promise you they have it. In Scandinavia, you just don't know. It could be the blocker, it could be complete bluff, it could be the nuts. You have different decisions. In the UK, I would have folded top set there with Jan, 100% against Daniel, A, from the UK, B, the kind of player he is, because it's just played differently. There's a different, it's much looser in Scandinavia in general, which I love, but you have to adapt to the different cultures.
Yep. For sure.
And of course, here in the festival, we've got so many mixed cultures, which makes it wonderful.
That's part of why it's amazing, actually.
Looks like we've got a big hand brewing. We can't see the cards at the moment, guys, but Martin is in, looking to beat my Martin's record. And Franka. Okay, heads up. Top Slovakian player, and Franka, many bullets festival. and we have a 3 high card board, which normally is not in Franka's range, but will be in Martin's. So although we can't see the cards, I am going to put forward that Martin is winning this massively. There you go. I don't think I need to be that clever to do that.
Frankie usually has NA4, but yeah.
But he has a set with a flush draw. I'm so wrong.
He has a royal draw even.
He has royal flush draw with the set. I mean, he's massive. Martin, to even think about calling here, has to have ace 10. And even then, I wouldn't be that happy with that board. This is interesting.
For myself, I'm praying that he is calling, because, I mean, if Martin wins this, I might not get the painting, which I obviously want.
Ah, that's true. You want Franka to win this pot.
I want Franka to get a big
I think
stack.
Martin's folding.
I think he is also.
His body language is folding. Franka, show the hand. Oh, come on. Show that you can play a good hand occasionally. He shows the bluffs, but he doesn't like showing the good hands.
No. But this is the thing also with Frankie. He's usually always going for the pot button. I mean, he is Mr. Pot. But maybe in that spot he could go for a smaller sizing also to get maybe some lower flush draws to get in, or like some other like weaker hands. So,
well, in that particular hand, he had absolutely everything, and I think he was hoping Martin had hit as well and would bring in the Frankie factor, as in he's going to pop whatever he's got. So I think he played it well. He just wasn't lucky enough that Martin had a hand he can call with.
Yeah. If you're only playing pot like Frank is doing also, I mean, that's what it does. It doesn't use the smaller sizing, so all of that.
My go-to bet, especially online, is half the pot. I've noticed the pattern. Whether I've got it or not got it, I would tend to bet half the pot and keep it consistent. Hopefully, so that people don't know whether I've got it or not got it.
Yeah.
But I don't like betting the full pot,
so
except
strong.
for certain circumstances.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very different, but it's so strong.
So here Franka has hit third pair with a gut shot draw to the Jack-8, and Jon has hit pretty well. He's got the up and down with the 4-6.
2 backdoor flush draws.
And 2 backdoor flush draws, yeah. Now this is interesting. So Franka has hit the bigger straight and Jon has hit the smaller straight.
Yeah.
But it's Franka and it's Jon. This is where player dynamics comes in.
But it pains me so much that Frank is betting so big, because he's just scaring away everything.
He's not. It's Franka. Franka's playing on his own image. I'm sorry, Martin, but you're wrong here. I know
wrong.
these players better than you.
I know. I am wrong. That's the thing. Oh my God.
Franka will bet here. No, obviously he's ahead. He's got the nuts. Well, he's got the second nuts. But he's going to bet because he's playing on his image.
Yeah. But this is fun.
And Jon really doesn't know what to do, I promise you. I mean, look, he's got a straight, but he knows he's behind 2 other straights. And he really doesn't know what to do. This is good. This is lovely.
This is lovely.
Come on, Franka, because I've got you as my pick.
And it's such a big
Now's
pot
the time
also.
to go.
He will get up to 3.2k if he wins this pot.
Come on, baby. Come to daddy.
I'm not sure if Jon is going to actually fold.
Oh, he's
here.
looking like calling.
Oh, he's calling.
He's calling. Oh, here we go. Frankie, Frankie, Frankie.
we have him up to 3.3k also. This is where he can make like dangerous moves.
Yeah.
This is where we love Franke. Wow. Yeah, you know them better. That's the thing. I
Yeah.
thought he was gonna scare me away on the turn
No.
also with betting that big, but yeah, I mean it's his image. You're right.
And that's where that is arguably where he wins his money, because he plays on his loose image.
Yeah, exactly.
What was the size of the pot, do you remember?
3.3k.
Wow. So that's the second biggest pot of the night.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's beautiful.
They're almost the biggest. He's up almost. He's up now also. He's up 1.3k from being down like.
He was the second last, I think, before. So yeah, he's now starting to challenge Martin in the stakes.
Yeah. And this is what happens with Franke.
Jon is now 1.1k down.
You see?
Wow. So who's winning the bet between us at the moment? I can't remember.
You were betting for Franke
Oh,
also.
Jesus, that dinner is looking really expensive.
Oh yeah.
2-0.
We have a good falafel place like next door. I can take
Actually,
it
it is quite a good falafel place. I used to have a food business that sold organic falafel, so I know my kebabs.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking more French or good Italian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not over. It's not over.
Yeah, I'm happy with money in the pocket.
Yeah.
We haven't got too long to go. I guess we've got
20, 30 minutes
yeah,
maybe?
30 minutes,
Yep.
something like that. But we've got ace 7-2 against ace queen 9, both with good hands. Mark, who's been pretty unlucky. Vesa from Finland hardly played a hand, so he hasn't raised, because arguably with ace queen 9 you could be raising. He's just called. Franke with jack 9 3-3.
He just calls.
Well, come on, even he won't raise here.
He's going for the challenge also. That's the thing.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
He wants to hit his 3. Doesn't want to hit spades.
I'm sure it's 3 coming. Yeah. Yeah, you see.
I should do this. I should do this for a living. Look at this. 2, 3, 4. He's only losing to 5, 6 or ace 5, which is very unlikely. And even then, he's got the redraw.
This is Franke for you.
And aces is not going to fold.
Yeah, of course not.
Mark's all in.
He has clubs also, so he's drawing pretty well. Let's see.
Nut clubs.
Yep.
Oh, he lost. Franke lost. You're happy with that?
A little bit. I still want to see Franke have a big stack because it's so interesting for the game.
He didn't lose a lot there. It was only €900 pot.
That was a small pot.
So, and he only had 400 of that.
Yeah.
So. What a flop, though. As I said, he needs to. Oh, look, there's the 3. So the ace clubs hit the nut flush on the turn and held.
And no one has left the table.
I know, you're not going to get a seat, mate. I'm sorry. It's not happening. And
It's not happening.
There's 3 or 4 out there that in front of you,
Yeah.
desperate for a seat.
Yeah. But I'm not going to get it, and I'm totally fine being here also. It's,
You can play the big one coming up to the weekend.
yeah, for sure. Or maybe I will do the commentary, who knows? Let's see if the
Or you can put me in. I don't mind.
I will put you in there.
Just flick the €500.
Of course.
Ace 10, 9, 7. A little bit of a rundown against 2 pairs. Johnny.
I like this hand. I mean,
Franke, queen 3, 5-3. Premium hand for him.
premium for him. But I like John's hand. He's blocking an ace. He has a rundown also. And
Blocking the
nut clubs.
rundown with the 10s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Franke triplets.
Daniel, nice rundown hand, but 3 hearts. They've all got some equity here. A lot. This is one of those flop-dependent hands.
Yeah, Johnny is going for it here. Gambling a little bit with 10, 10, 6, 6.
Suited ace 9. It's a nice hand. It's not a premium hand, but it's an interesting hand. Blocker 10 for Johnny. Not that he knows that, but that's in his favour.
Yeah, but I think Johnny, I mean, he's sitting on quite a small stack. He just needs to gamble it up, and John is never folding, and I think that Frank is never folding also.
He doesn't actually know what the word means.
He doesn't know fold, of
No,
course.
he
Doesn't
literally
have fold
doesn't
button.
know the fold. No. He has no button. He's betting the flop. We can't see the flop quite yet, guys, but I'm assuming Franco's hit it. Or, no, sorry, that was the call of the pre-flop.
I would want queen and a club draw. Yeah.
Not a great flop for anyone. Frank has hit bottom pair, Jon has hit top pair, but without much help. That 7, 9, 10 has made a wrap around the jack 8.
Yep.
But there are diamonds there for Johnny, although he can't put any more chips in. This is a decent, I think Jon should be betting here to try and get Franco out.
Yeah, I think so. When Frank is not betting himself, I think this is a very good spot to just bet. Protect your hand.
Yeah, he folds. He can show his cards because Johnny's already all in, so nothing went awry there. And Johnny is...
Oh, it's a 6.
It's a set. Set on the river. So Jon loses another hand.
It's not looking good for my bet on John.
It's not, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this very expensive meal.
You will call my bet.
Of course.
But you might not call me all in pre-flop.
Yes, I would.
You would not.
Yes, I would. I don't call here to fold to your pot. No.
Come on. Sometimes you fold.
No.
You have never folded to me. You once.
Yeah, you put 3 kg against Tim. That's the only reason.
They're afraid of you, but not. So, that was tight.
I would love for this stream to continue for 3, 4, 5 hours. And just see Frankie just run it up even more. Just clean the table.
He could do. I'm not sure if he's actually back in profit or not, because I think he's had 5 bullets now. So it's 2.5k, but it looks like he's got 3k in front of him. Or more.
He's up a little bit.
Yeah. He just doesn't care. Reloads, reloads. He knows he's going to get there, and he does. 9, 8, lovely hand for Johnny there, up and down with a short stack. Not a lot for Jon and Daniel. Yeah, it's an interesting bet. He hasn't got much, Daniel, there. I think Johnny's definitely calling.
It's quite
Jon,
close.
yeah, there's not a lot in this.
Yeah, but equities are running close. It's 35, 31, 34. So,
Yeah.
but it's hard with John. He has a 7 high flush draw and an 8. But yeah, he's calling.
I don't think he puts either of them on. It's a weird flop.
It's a weird flop, yeah.
Now up and down as well for Jon. Still up and down for Johnny with the bigger one, but he won't put money in. He's checked.
And equities, they don't really change that much, actually.
2 pairs for Daniel, who is ahead at the moment. I'm not sure that's accurate, but more importantly, it's Jon that's betting. Daniel folds his winning 2 pair. But 2 spades, straights made, 2 diamonds. Tricky spot.
It is.
Nice play, Jon.
Which game? What was the highest game? What was the highest game you've been in?
So what social media do you use, Martin? What's your go-to? Are you an Instagram boy?
Yeah, I would say the thing that I use the most is Instagram. I use.
And you communicate on that? You message on that?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I'm looking at Instagram maybe once a day or so. That's me. Yeah. Yeah, my Insta tag is Kane Acre.
When I die, I'll know I didn't just live, I was alive. A nice philosophical point, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I've spent my whole life making my own choices and my own direction and feeling alive at every point in time. And it's a good philosophy. I like
That's
that.
what matters.
I like it. It's good.
Freedom is everything, I usually say.
It is.
Yeah.
Very important. You only have one life, at least, unless you're Buddhist. And live it to the max.
Yeah. On
And
your
this
own
is
terms.
max. We've got ace, jack 7. We've got a lovely rundown, ace, jack 10, and an ace, queen, queen 4. 3 good hands in Omaha. No one is shabby here. Flop comes 3 clubs. Vesa has hit the flush. Mark has hit the nut flush.
Wow.
Hello, Moto.
Let's see. Interesting also.
Did they check?
Yeah. No bets on the flop. So
They're all slow playing their hands.
and in forecard, like these kind of like jack high flushes, they are so much more valuable also. So I think they will see bet call fold for
I
Martin.
can't see Vesa folding his jack 10
No.
suited.
Never. Ever.
3 checks and then a bet. Here we go. The only player that can fold is Martin. I think he will. Yeah, he's a good player. He's not gonna just because he's got aces.
Yeah.
It's not a board for aces.
Yeah. I think we'll see a big bet here and just a call from Vesa also.
Okay, I'm going on a smaller bet.
I think we'll see it around either pot or
I'm going half pot.
375. Yeah, almost.
Who won? You won.
Yeah, this one I won.
You won this one. Oh, come on, I've got to give you something.
Yeah.
I've been crucifying you all night. So I'm going to give you this one.
Yeah, interesting spot actually. Like
It's tricky, isn't it?
in the 4 card, I think it is tricky because 5 card it's so much more likely for you to have a nut flush here, but in 4 card it's third nuts with a jack high flush.
Yeah, my point earlier about never chasing a king flush on 5 cards. 4 cards, very different.
It is.
And he really could be winning here. I mean, you know, arguably the straight is betting because of the way the betting went. You know, would I bet with a straight here? Possibly. Possibly.
But maybe not for 400. Maybe we would bet a smaller
I
sizing
would bet
also.
smaller, but
Yeah.
I still might bet with it, thinking I'm ahead.
Yeah, and that's how some other people can interpret it also, that you're still betting a straight. But I think
This is one of the, like we had earlier about an hour ago, this is one of those hands where I honestly think there's no right or wrong. If he calls and thinks he's winning, fine. If he folds, great fold. But I no judgment, no commentary on what he does here, because I just think that there's no right decision.
if you're in a 50-50 spot, how do you decide on what to do?
Okay, that's a really good question. Really like that question. I think if you're in a 50-50 spot in a cash game, your decision is where are you in the cash game?
Yeah.
Are you in a hole? If you're in a hole, you call, because you kind of no. I mean seriously. And if you're well up, you don't need to call, so you might make a different decision. In a tournament, it's much trickier because that is all dependent on the other players, where you are, what the position is in terms of in the cash, not in it. So the factors outside of your decision are the factors that should make you come to the right decision.
Yeah.
So it's never the hand and this individual thing. It's the external factors around the environment that you're playing in that are more important.
Yeah.
So I literally can't answer that, because unless you have the knowledge of those external factors, there is no right or wrong.
Okay.
Which is why I'm saying here, I believe there's no right or wrong decision, because it's about instinct, it's about the other player, it's one hand, it's cash. So in a tournament, there's different dynamics at play.
Yeah. I like it.
How about you?
I actually use a randomized strategy, which I call it, I have something on my chips. It could be that here we have like Casino Olympic, so it's a C, and where the C is pointing, if I say it's a 50-50, if it's pointing to the west, then maybe I'm folding, it's pointing to the east.
Oh, good. Yeah. The witch's strategy Chasing the Witches in Jacobean Britain was a very similar concept. Yeah, like that.
It's just because then I can just blame something else. It was okay, yeah. It was just random. That's usually what I do.
It's a system.
It's a system.
And there's me being all clever about it. And what do I get? Well, it depends where the C's pointing. Okay, good. Yeah, nice one.
Sometimes you're just so indifferent. It's like I can be, okay, I call, I fold. I don't know.
Isn't that exactly what I said? It's 50. It's like what's right, what's wrong. I don't know.
You don't know.
Very nice.
Yeah. But usually, I mean, that's sometimes what I'm doing. It's sometimes like, it's also what you're saying. When you're in the hole, you're more inclined to call because you just want to get even.
Yeah.
That's usually what happens.
I mean, you're chasing a bit, and you
Yeah.
have the right hand, arguably, to call.
Yeah.
Franca calling with Jack 10 5-2. That isn't in my Omaha book of calls, I must admit.
But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Might be 4-3 on the flop.
But I mean, I seriously, I can't call with that hand. I mean, I am known to play a wide range of hands in Omaha. People joke. And set of eights, though, for Daniel. So this is where Franca has hit 2 pairs, and he's miles behind.
You see, this is a crazy pot also.
And 2 pairs for Martin.
Yeah.
Top 2.
Top set for Daniel, top 2 for Martin, and bottom 2 for Frankie.
This is car crash. Car crash hand. Daniel's going to raise here because he doesn't want to. He's going to assume one of them has 6-7 or 6-7-9, and he needs to get the value in with top set.
Yeah.
This is really nice hand for Daniel because it's virtually impossible for the other players to win.
They can't win.
If someone has the straight flush, the straight draw, fine, but they're fucked. Excuse me, technical word. They're not in a good shape.
Yeah.
Oh, and Martin's gone for it, and he's in trouble.
I think Frank.
You think Franca's going as well?
No. He has to fold. If he goes here,
Yes, well,
he has to understand.
This is a great pickup for Daniel. He's back in the profit. He's backed himself, and he's can't lose this hand.
Oh, he almost did.
There was a straight draw on the turn. That was true.
Oh yeah, Martin picked up the perfect card.
It was literally the only card.
Yeah.
2 cards to hit a straight draw, and you got one of them.
Yeah.
That's a very big pot for Daniel. Fantastic pot. I have to mark down like the best hand of the thing and then interview the person. But Daniel is so boring, I'm not going to. Oh, I'm nasty. I'm so nasty. Franca, obviously a great interview. Martin was our leader, but he's been pulled down quite a bit.
Yeah.
And Daniel is right back in the frame. Jon is winning this session at the moment, I think.
I think he was down 1k. He lost a big pot. He did.
He did, yeah. So I'm not quite sure who's winning this session at the moment. We don't get access to that data, and the floor here manage who wins what.
I think Martin and Frank is winning at the moment.
160? 160 done?
But they could be the only one that is winning. It's close.
Your 3.5k is looking more secure at the moment.
Yeah. Let's see.
And if you play 10-10 PLO, you need a big stack to, you need to start with like 5k really on comparative levels.
Yeah, you need to be like up. Yeah, 7k exactly. It's a lot. We'll see. Probably gonna play that game also, so we'll see. But I played the game
I'll take
year.
10% for my winning.
You can. I played that game last year and it was crazy. We straddled up to 80 sometimes and all that, and it was
10, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80.
we played 10-10, so it was 10-10, 20, 40, 80.
I don't like games like that because I feel being forced into playing a hand, and if I don't have the hand I want to play, I feel like I have to fold. I don't want to fold it. Queen, 10-8, good hand, not a great hand, but good hand. A hand you want to see a flop, but do I want to see a flop for that amount? It's like, honestly, I find it quite difficult.
It is because if you're playing like 80, you're effectively playing like 15 big blinds.
Back to the action, and we've got some good action as well. Daniel with King, Jack, Jack 7, double suited. Aces for Martin again, and then 4-4-2. No one has hit this. Ace is still winning. No fours. But I don't think Martin is going to be folding his aces anytime soon. Gut shot for Franca. Gut shot for Martin. He's betting his aces.
He is.
But if anyone has a 4, it would be Franca.
Oh, I would love to see a raise. But it's
Well,
not.
I think the call is stronger, arguably. If you've got a 4, you're calling here. You're not raising.
No, I mean, if he's raising the turn, it's fantastic. Oh, he has a blocker 10 also. Let's
Nut
see.
diamonds as well now. Has the 10 with nut diamonds. That's not a good card for Martin.
This is
1.6k in the pot already. Franca 1.8k behind. Martin 3.5k. And here comes Franca. Here comes Franca. This is his game. Look at this. He has balls of steel.
Yeah.
Look at this bet. He's bet the pot. There's nothing behind. He's committed.
It says 160, but he's betting more. And this is an interesting spot also, because I think that maybe if he would bet smaller and then just jam the river, it would be better, because now maybe Martin is thinking that he has these kind of hands.
I think he's bet 1.6k, not
Yeah,
160.
Exactly.
Come on, graphics guys, catch up with us. We know what's going on, and we're half an hour behind. Great play by Franca. What a lovely hand.
That's amazing.
That is fantastic. What a hand. Really like that one. Well done, guys.
I love that. I think it's. I wasn't really sure because if Franco would bet smaller and then just jam the river, but yeah, I mean, he's so polarized in these positions. It's like no one really knows what he has. They can't really call. 1.6k bet.
He swallowed beer. Isn't that the point?
Absolutely. That was Rolls-Royce poker.
Yeah, you're supposed to.
Yeah.
When they digest the beer, it goes through your throat. Makes sense. Yeah. It looks like you put out 1,600.
Okay, I start.
The peer pressure made 2K.
That's fine.
I drank
You did
beer
say
and I wanted to do car.
Exactly.
Did you see that? You saw that, yeah? I wanted to do car. And then I swallowed beer. I could have died.
Yeah, this is.
Not because of
I think I should just probably.
I mean, that probably puts Franca in the lead now, doesn't it? With that pot.
It could be. I mean, that was 1.6k pot also.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
But this is what I mean. Franke, he loses like 1.5k, 2k in the beginning, and then at the end he's just running over everyone.
I don't want to have to interview Franca. I mean, it's like it feels wrong somehow. It's like something, I don't know. It's like sleeping with your mother-in-law or something. it's something, that's interesting but somehow wrong.
I would say that is pretty wrong, but yeah.
You've never slept with your mother-in-law. My God. You've not lived.
I'm not sure how Seaman actually raised the 315.
You're talking about semen now?
I'm
And
talk-
sleeping with your mother-in-law? Come on. Let's keep it clean. Let's keep it clean.
Okay, I'm talking about the seat number 7. And
Seat number 7.
And he's opening to 315 euros from a 5-5 game. I'm not sure how it happens.
Look at Martin's hand. I mean, ace, queen, queen, 4, double suited. Nice hand. King, jack, jack, 10, double suited. Nice hand as well.
Frank at 10-6-5.
Oh, no. And he's hit a 6.
But you see, Daniel hits the nuts here.
Wow. Daniel has come good, hasn't it? How has he only got 440?
I'm not sure.
He's won... I thought he's won like 3 big pots recently.
Yeah, but he was very short when it happened.
Wasn't that short?
He was down to 200 at one point, but I don't know. Yeah.
Well,
But they're straddling also.
it's
So
a rainbow flop. He's got the nuts. He's going to get called by most of the players here. No, he should, even Martin's betting into it.
yeah, he has the blocker 10 and
He's
Jack
got the
10
up
also.
and down, Jack 10.
Yeah. Frankie, please fold this because we want you to win this one. Come on.
You want Frankie to fold because
No, I just want Frankie to be a part of the flip on the Sunday when when we're flipping for the package.
it's a flip.
Yes. Okay, so they have 6 cash game challengers, and if you win this, you
Each one gets a seat on the flip,
exactly.
and
That's
there's
how it is.
6.
Yeah, there are 6 people to get the chance to flip.
But there's more than 6 cash game challenges.
Yeah, but it only counts. So the hold'em and the pot limit Omaha for like each day.
Is there a flip on each? Hold'em, flip, and a...
No,
no.
Like so, if if the Omaha wins more than the hold'em, the Omaha player gets the flip for that day. So I won yesterday for the
Each
month.
day has one.
Yes,
Okay, got
that's
it.
what I mean. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. Well, pair of 8s and a jack.
Yeah, Daniel wins. 2.2k pot.
Martin has a full house.
Oh, he did. I missed that. Wow.
It's okay.
That's rough.
One of us knows how to play Omaha. That Daniel, I mean, look, he's going now.
Yeah, we had a little bit too much red wine here, so yeah, I would think I had a nut.
I work better on good red wine. Always have. Yeah, no, that's pretty unfortunate for Daniel. I mean,
Yeah.
he had him locked up pretty well.
Yeah, he did.
And run a house is tough. So Daniel now has left with his tail between his legs. How many? 3 buy-ins or 4?
I'm not sure, 3 or 4.
So I could show you the message where he told me how cheap it was
Yeah,
to get here and come here, but unfortunately I think he's 2k down.
yeah.
And he's not a big, he doesn't have a lot of capital behind him. So that's a big loss for him.
All right. Yeah, I mean, he's a DJ, so
Yeah, he's a DJ.
I think we might see a friend of mine.
DJ for degenerate.
Yeah. I see a friend of mine coming into C2,
Okay.
Mr. T.
Who is this young man then? Tell me about. Oh look, I don't like. I'll admit I don't like that. I don't like someone throwing lots of notes on the table. It's a little bit low class in my view. You might be your friend, but I don't like that.
No, he's had his fair share of tequilas, I can say.
Well, that might be a tequila move, but I am British and we have standards.
I know. But I would say that that's the tequila talking.
I'll stick to my Barola. Wow. Okay. I think we would say wasn't classy.
I accept that.
And he's even got the bling on his shirt. Look at that. And he's Swedish player.
No, it's a Dutch guy.
But good friend of yours, yeah.
Yeah, it's
So tell me about him.
yeah, it's Thomas. We've known each other for a while. Very good guy, playing like pretty big games. Always action. Very fun guy. Very good for the game. Like I would say he's. I wouldn't say he's exactly like Frankie, but he's a young Frankie almost.
Well, he's sitting next to him. So
Yeah.
we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I think he's bought in for 1,000. I think that was 10
Yeah.
100 notes. Ace Queen 10 flop 2 spades. So Martin has hit bottom pair. Gut shot for Franca. Mark must have hit this better. Can't see his hand, but he's bet 75. I mean, it's a fairly connected board.
I want to play this game now because you're Frankie and you have Thomas also. You don't know how fantastic. I would put you in this game. It's a
But I
fantastic
play
game.
fairly solid.
Yeah,
Omaha.
you.
I mean,
If this is a 5-6 hour game, I think in the long term you would win a lot.
yeah, I'm. What I don't like is when it's 4-5-6 in the UK, a lot of people choose 6, and the problem is I know what a lottery that is.
Yeah.
You know. But 4-5, I back myself every day. But, and I have maybe 6 Omaha trophies, maybe more, 6, 8, something like that. A lot from England, because obviously I play in the UK more, but some internationally. And you know, I kind of understand this game, and I think I said to you earlier, I play it visually, so I have a visual understanding. Although I have maths in me. I don't play it mathematically.
No chance.
I play Omaha visually, and every card that comes, it changes your hand in relationship to the board and what you are putting your opposition on.
Yeah.
And so you make decisions accordingly. And I find that a lot easier because I can immediately see what's happening. Immediate. It's not. There's no thinking. There's thinking about the decision, but not about where you are.
I'm the same. But like visualizing, actually like watching how the game plays out, and
Yeah.
you're like getting the hands, and you're seeing reactions from players and all that. I think I'm the same.
Johnny got an interesting hand here. 9-9-8-8 connected, double suit, double paired. In fact, everyone except Franca, of course, has an interesting hand. Franca's drawing to a straight or a 6.
But you know what is coming here?
Yeah, but 9-9-8-8 blocks his straight big time, and a 5 is blocking him.
But he has the 6s. That's Frankus way out here.
The sign of the devil, 666.
Yeah.
What's your mind for?
So Franca's called.
20, and it's 95.
Wait, it says Daniel, but that's now Thomas.
Yeah.
Okay. Our graphics haven't quite caught up with the name of the player, but we know where we're at. We are professionals. Now, three to the board of an ace 10. No one's got an ace.
But Franke has the flush draw, right? Yeah.
That's for me.
I wouldn't surprise if Franke takes this down.
It's like,
Franca has the flush draw. Jon has the gut shot. Johnny doesn't have a lot.
6 comes.
The 6
What did I say?
comes.
What did I
The
say?
6 he's now got the set and the flush draw,
Yeah.
and no one's bet. So, you know, he's betting. Here it is, 300.
But I'm sad that he's potting because I just wanted
Half
to bet
pot.
the...
Half pot.
No, he was betting pot because it was 315.
I'm sorry, you're quite right. He bet the pot. And Jon has called him.
Yeah, because he picks up. Oh, and he hits the flush. Hits the nut flush.
Jon has hit the nut flush. Oh, he's checking. He's checking to Franca, hoping to get a bet out of him.
Yeah, my boy is not gonna win
He's
the
got
challenge.
a full house. Franca's winning. Oh, lovely. Look at small value bet.
But he should just bet pot. With his image, he should just bet pot.
Which
here.
happened earlier.
Yeah. Because this is a little bit of alarm bells also. Like, when is he... I think he missed out on like 600 euros here,
I
actually.
agree with you,
Yeah.
because it's so small. Jon should have gone, hang on, he's fucking got the house. Excuse my French. He's got the house here,
Yeah.
which he had. But if he bets big, 900, 1K into 1.4, I think he gets paid as well.
I think so, 100%.
But
Now I think you want you to raise.
listen, how can we criticize the godfather of poker? We can't. Here we go. Look at this, 4.9K. Franca, 3.9K. So Martin's still ahead, although Martin started with 2K. So he's...
But I'm not sure. It seems like Martin has been adding up a lot. Because I don't think I've
Adding
seen...
on?
Yeah, exactly. He's been adding on because I don't think I've seen him winning a lot of hands.
We know he'd lost a couple of big ones, but he won all
He did.
the other big ones. I have no idea who's got what, because I thought Jon won the last one, and it wasn't. It was my guy, Spanish guy,
Victor, yeah.
So I'm not quite sure that the floor look after all the technical side of the who wins what. And we are at the latter stages. It's now 1 a.m. and we are getting towards the last few hands in the cash game challenge, the PLO4. I'm here with Swedish Martin, who wanted to play. He's been seriously, he's been clawing at the gates, trying to get in this game. But it's very popular. There was quite a long queue. We had about 5 people waiting to get in, and his Dutch friend Thomas has got in on seat 2 after Daniel Pilgrim from the UK. Pretty unlucky, I think, Daniel.
Yep.
He ran bad at the wrong times. Franca, 9-8-7-4. I like this hand.
It's yeah.
He's hit his 8, but Jon has hit 2 pairs. Ace
Frank
3.
has the flush draws.
Frankie has the flush draw. Of course he has.
He plays these kind of hands, and yeah, he covers the board so much. Yeah, hits a pair, hits a flush draw. Let's see.
Oh my goodness.
But it's, yeah. I mean, John has 2 pair, also he has ace-3 here, so
Oh, these are 2 boys that we backed. I had Frankie, you had Jon. Oh,
it's true.
this is a big hand.
It is a big hand.
Oh, what an expensive dinner I'm getting.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that. My guy's in the lead at the moment.
Is he?
He has 58%.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, big pot, 1.1k. Let's see. Wow. Both. Oh, Frankie, it's 2 pair.
Yeah, but Jon is still in the lead with his 2 pair.
Yeah. It's quite an interesting
Is
spot,
there-
actually.
No, there's no gut shot draw.
What will you do here with ace-3? Like, where do you think you are against Franco?
Against Franca, ace-3. Actually, with this board, I'm fairly confident
Yeah.
because not a lot's beating me. I mean, there's draws, 5-6, clubs. So there are draws that he could make, but I think I would be with Jon and bet this strong. I like the right. I think 850 is the right bet.
And you think Frankie, I mean, obviously Frankie jams ace-8 also on the flop, and maybe it's ace-4, but it's like ace-4, but it's unlikely, so yeah.
Yeah, I think. Oh,
Oh my god, let's see what happens now. This is
insane.
This is
literally the insane hand of the night.
Is he gonna call?
Has he snapped? Has he called
Did
already?
he snap? I don't know. I'm not sure if he...
No, that's
Hit-
the bet. That's the bet. 800 was the bet.
Oh my god.
Now Jon has to decide, and Jon is leaving Bratislava in half an hour's time.
This is insane. It is such a big pot. It's gonna be 7k pot.
Massive. This is the pot of the night, guys.
7k pot.
Absolutely nut mental pot.
And the thing is that John, I mean, he's probably not dead, but he could be drawing so thin here. This is insane. This is insane.
This is Franca.
This is Frank. Synonym for insane. Okay, I mean, we talked about it. You have Frankie, I have John, so this is a crucial spot for the dinner.
This is expensive or not?
Oh, he calls,
Jon
he
calls.
calls. Oh my god. Okay,
He's
let's
called
see.
with ace-3.
Hey, they're running it once, right? Okay, dealer, please be slow now because we
10.
won. Oh, he won, yeah. So I got the dinner.
Jon won. You didn't get the dinner. We already owed the dinner. This just makes it cheaper. Oh, wow. What a play by Franca, though. Massive.
Yeah, I have to say that just putting it in that spot is...
It's exceptional.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate. Franke's heart and commitment is insane. Wow.
But when he got it in, he's getting it in. He had 2 pairs, not the best 2 pairs, and he had the flush draw. So he's getting it in with a lot of equity. And, of course, he can win by Jon folding.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah.
That was massive. What was the pot there?
7k.
Shwayama. Wow.
Yeah, I think that people probably see it as like an insane spot, but Franke probably should get John to fold that a lot of the time. And
Do you think Jon folds against any other player?
yeah,
I think every other
player. Yeah, 100%.
The only player he won't fold to there, because of his history and his knowledge, is Franca. And that's where Franca's character works against him.
Yeah.
So although the play was incredibly brave and arguably should be rewarded, it's a great play, Jon is too good a player to just fold because of the money.
Yeah. I mean, I say he just embraces like the variance. Sometimes he's gonna be against like 5 deuce, and he's gonna like be against the straight. But
Jon is now massive leader in this game,
yeah,
as well as the first one. And like he's only here for 3 days. He's literally flying back tonight. Probably in the air quite soon. So going back to Norway.
How much?
And he's going back with his pockets full.
Yeah. Franke money.
Frank money.
Oh, I was going to give you action.
Oh, Johnny's pushing with 6-7, 10 queen, double suited, against two other hands in pretty good shape.
You're all in, right?
Yeah, Franke calls with his favorite hand, Jack 8-8-3.
Jack 8-8-3. He's drawing so thin, it's ridiculous. I think Jon will fold and has folded.
Yeah, you blocked the straight.
3-4 king. Oh, it's all quick. 9-9. The 8s win. Franke wins with 8s.
He did.
Yeah, Johnny did missed. Queen 9, blah blah, and he missed. So Franke doubles up. And Johnny is dead. Dead and leaving. He hasn't played that well and hasn't run that well, Johnny. So wasn't a good night for him.
Yeah. Oh, it would have been fun to play for sure.
Even I might enjoy this one.
Yeah.
And I think of myself as more of a tournament player than a cash player, but I'll tell you where I do well is in Vegas at the Venetian. Weekends, if I don't drink, you get these out-of-towners come for the weekend, and their idea of a good weekend is play some poker, lose $1,000, have a woman, and get drunk.
Yeah.
And my idea of a good weekend is get drunk, have a woman, and win $1,000. It's very similar, just one slight difference on the weekend.
The win, yeah.
I had a hand, you like this one. I've got in Big O, 5-card, high-low.
Good game.
Yeah, and I've got a good low, and I've got the 4th house with something like pair of 5s or whatever. So I've got like 5s over 4s or 6s over 5s, that region. 4th best on the turn, 4th best house. I'm not happy with it, but I'm committed already. And this out-of-town American, Massachusetts, goes all in on the turn. I'm not happy, but I call because I have to. I'm committed to it. Decent low and a house. And he has put all his money in for a straight draw with a paired board. You do not see that in Europe.
Of course not.
You do no, but you say of course not. But you know, in America,
Yeah.
it's very different. And I'm like, I win a 2K pot. And it's like mad. And I'm not happy with putting my money in. You know. Oh, here we have a big one. Oh, Jon with the aces. Coming over the top of Seaman with the kings.
If Frank is gonna go for it, obviously. He's always going for it.
Oh my God! Look at this. This is hand of the night.
Frankie,
now.
come on.
This is hand of the night.
Even though I have John, I'm rooting for Frankie. Okay. Okay. Ace on the flop, obviously. It's GG. If not a 10 comes. Yeah.
Wow, Jon has come back from. No, he hasn't come back. He was ahead anyway. He's now even more ahead.
Oh wow, you have an open ender on the turn.
Yeah, that's insane.
You got there, Phil. It's the worst game. It's the worst game, right?
Yeah, Big O is very popular in the US. Like, very, very popular.
But they can't play it.
They can't
that's
play
what I
it.
thought.
That's the thing with
I
US.
love Big O.
Yeah.
5-card, high-low, both of which I'm happy with.
Yeah.
And they can't play it. And it's so popular. Venetian, really good cash tables.
That's your favorite casino, or?
It's my favorite cash. No, it's one of my favorite casinos. They run tournaments really well. They're great value. It's a lovely environment. The Lux is a fantastic restaurant right next door. The Chinese dim sum restaurant is very good as well. It's expensive, but it's a lovely environment. The whole thing works really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the poker room's great.
Yeah. My favorite, the Win, I think is fantastic.
Yeah, the Win is very good. No arguments. I've stayed there. I think that's it.
I think that's it. Thank you everyone for watching. Great night.